Chapter 1289. The person who betrayed Jiang Pingji was none other than the comrade she made in the genetic warrior training camp. He was a traitor who betrayed important federal secrets for his own selfish desires. The leak of secrets led to the collapse of the front line. At least 1 million soldiers paid the price with their lives. It was the greatest loss the Federation had suffered in the past century. During the mission, Jiang Pingji gave her back to the traitor without any precaution, and almost lost her life. The traitor framed Jiang Pingji and made her the scapegoat. She was just an ordinary genetic warrior with no background. Once the crime was confirmed, she would definitely die. The Federation issued an arrest warrant. Jiang Pingji was unwilling to sit still and wait for death. She used force to break through the siege and escape. She crossed several planets and persevered to kill the traitor. She wanted to give an explanation to the soldiers who died in vain and prove her innocence. She killed the traitor before he boarded the spaceship outside of the country. At the same time, she obtained important evidence to prove her innocence. Even though she was proven innocent, because she resisted arrest and killed her comrade, no one could take away the life of a traitor before the authorities officially convicted her. Jiang Pingji was forced to retire from the ranks of genetic warriors and enter the 7th Corps as an ordinary federal soldier. On the first day, she bumped into her old boss. The other party spoke a few words to her. She could still remember them clearly. Jiang Pingji, I've seen your information. You're really brave. You resisted arrest with force. You're destined to be a member of the 7th Corps. Jiang Pingji straightened her back stubbornly and repeated her words. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent. Why should I accept an unreasonable arrest that will kill me? You're a soldier. Nothing is reasonable or unreasonable. Obedience is your duty, the old superior said. Moreover, do you have no confidence in the Federation? Even if the evidence is conclusive, they'll verify it in detail. Finally, they'll convict you after a trial in the military court. Jiang Pingji's face turned red. I'm just an ordinary genetic warrior. Who knows if I'll be used as a scapegoat? The genetic warrior training plan is a failure. It's rare to see such a unique genetic warrior with such ideas. The old superior laughed. TSK, you have a lot of conspiracy theories. You read a lot of novels, right? Jiang Pingji was speechless. Those who dare to convict you, send you to the military court, or secretly execute you without any solid evidence, I'm afraid they won't even. Before he could finish his sentence, the other party suddenly smiled and said, It's getting late. I still have a meeting to attend. Go report to the recruit office first. We'll talk again if fate allows it. Jiang Pingji was more experienced in actual combat than the new recruits. In just a few years, she had been promoted based on her solid achievements. She met her old boss for the second time. The other party seemed to have completely forgotten about her and only treated her as an ordinary subordinate. Jiang Pingji did not deliberately try to befriend him until the old boss retired due to certain reasons. She also grew to be his successor. The younger generation will surpass the older. The old boss smiled and said, I'll leave the 7th Army to you. Yes. Every time Jiang Pingji thought about it, she would sigh with regret because she had failed to live up to her old boss's high hopes and expectations. Before she transmigrated, she felt that she was a competent commander. After transmigrating for nearly 10 years, she had gradually changed her way of thinking. As an individual soldier, she was very good, but as the core of the frontline army, she was still lacking. Perhaps it was to make up for it, or perhaps it was out of empathy, but Jiang Pingji desperately wanted to be a good lord, because she could not disappoint the people who followed her. If I don't even have the courage to give an explanation to the 6,000 innocent soldiers who died unjustly, I have lived in vain. Jiang Pingji secretly clenched her fists. She had made up her mind. There was no one around. Only the bullet screens on the Livestream screen were unwilling to be left out. They silently refreshed their messages. Walnut du Wowelnet. Streamer, I have no opinion on punishing the main culprit, but isn't it too much to implicate the family? I'm not a brainless saint. I just feel that the streamer has a good reputation now. There's no need to fill in your reputation for these people and leave behind a controversy 1,000 years later. Sankenwu Antifa. Traitors are shameful, but their relatives are innocent. The streamer is not an unreasonable person, right? Tutto. There's nothing wrong with that. I support the streamer. After all, it's a different era. We can't use our values to demand the streamer. Boss Chow used his father's death to conquer Shuzhou. How many people did he kill in Shuzhou? Although his father's death was not the main reason, it was indeed one of the reasons that pushed Boss Chow. The streamer was betrayed. If she didn't let others see the price of betraying her, there would only be more people who would betray her in the future. Because the price of betrayal was too low, loyalty seemed cheap. In troubled times, kindness and benevolence could only be regarded as neutral words. Because excessive kindness and benevolence would only bring about endless betrayal and harm. Not only would the lives of the people around the streamer be sacrificed, but the streamer herself would also be sacrificed. I originally thought that the streamer was more like Boss Chow. Now that I look at her, she's more like Lu Big Ear. Guokai Guo Fengxiu. I don't think it's too much. For outsiders like us who are watching the show, 6,000 casualties is just a cold number. But for the families of the soldiers, they are all corpses lying on the battlefield. They are wounds that will never heal. Even the ancient big shots in the livestream jumped out to mock her. How could the other idle people sit still? Many old people knew how bad Jiang Pingji's temper was. She would tear apart the idle people at the slightest provocation. She had indeed become much gentler in the past 2 years. Because she was too gentle, some newbies in the livestream held her to the standard of a saint. Reality proved that the possibility of Jiang Pingji becoming a butcher was far greater than that of a saint. No matter who tried to persuade her, the people of Hu County and the entire clan who betrayed her were already dead in her eyes. Wuxia received the news that Hu County had fallen 2 days earlier than Jiang Pingji. When he received the news, he had a premonition. Sigh, at least you've lived for a few years in this life. Don't cry injustice in front of the king of hell. You didn't die unjustly at all. If it weren't for the variable Lu Shi, the people of Hu County would have been cut into pieces by the Lord. How could they have survived until now? With great difficulty. Fate had turned around and prevented the fate of the entire clan from being buried. Why didn't this group of people know how to cherish it? Instead, they wanted to die? Fate is really an interesting thing. Wuxia looked up at the bright starry sky. The stars in the eyes of others were a mysterious code to him. Huang Song led the army to break through the front line of Hu County and took over Zhanghe County. Before the joy had completely passed, Huang Song received news. Lanting has recovered from his illness. It was just a few words, but Huang Song felt the pressure on his shoulders increase. It was as if there was an invisible pressure. It made it difficult for him to breathe. At the same time, it made him secretly excited. Complicated emotions intertwined and merged into an indescribable emotion. Chungjing said, "The Lord is very happy." Huang Song said, "Lanting is seriously ill. It's an unfair battle. She's recovered. Of course she's happy." Because of the pressure Jiang Pingji had exerted for a long time, Huang Song was very open-minded about this battle. Chapter 1290. Lu Shi had recovered from his illness and returned. The news was like a sudden clap of thunder. Huang Song did not say anything, but those with ulterior motives could no longer sit still. It was as if their buttocks were on fire. Especially the forces in Zhanghe County of Hu County. They secretly colluded with Huang Song and betrayed the soldiers fighting at the front line of Hu County, causing the front line to collapse. More than 6,000 people were killed or injured, and Zhanghe County was lost as a result. This was when Cheng Yuan, Meng Heng Luoyue, and the others were sufficiently prepared. If they did not notice, the casualties would be more than 6,000. Perhaps the entire army would be wiped out, and tens of thousands of soldiers would be buried. The group was burning with anxiety. They were afraid that Jiang Pingji would settle the score with them later. They sent someone to sound out Huang Song, afraid that he would go back on his word and betray them. Because they had betrayed Jiang Pingji, they were also afraid that Huang Song would betray them. This could be considered some kind of retribution. Huang Song said, "Since you have pledged your allegiance to me, I will naturally protect you. As long as I am not defeated, Lanting cannot do anything to you." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Huang Song did not push them out, it was fine. However, they neglected that the premise of Huang Song's protection was not defeated. If they were careless and defeated, would Jiang Pingji let them go? Of course not. They had Huang Song's protection, so there was no hurry for the time being. Those who were flirting with Huang Song and leaning on the wall to climb over were the ones who were panicking. Lucy has actually recovered from his illness? How did she recover? Didn't she say that she was dying of illness? She didn't even show up after the successive defeats on the battlefield? There were more than 3 to 5 local tyrants in Hu County. Zhanghe County had pledged their allegiance to Huang Song, but the other counties had not had time to jump over. In other words, they were still in Jiang Pingji's territory. Their lives were in her hands. Someone said sarcastically, "She's so lucky." They all hoped that Jiang Pingji would die quickly. Because there had been no news, many people had already tacitly agreed that she had been booked by the King of Hell. Unexpectedly, Jiang Pingji returned in a high-profile manner after a few months of silence. It scared the hell out of them. Didn't you spend a lot of money to hire eminent monks and Taoists to curse her? In the end, not only did she not die, but she came back alive and kicking. Speaking of this matter, there were even people who felt gloomy. They had been fooled by those bald donkey Taoist priests, saying that the dead didn't exist. What's the point of saying this now? We're all in the same boat. Now that Lucy is back, I won't be able to gain any benefits, and neither will you. Everyone was silent for a long time before they raised their heads and looked at each other. After a long while. Anyway, we haven't done anything yet. Let's put away the evidence and observe the situation before making a decision. They all thought that Jiang Pingji was seriously ill and had no children. Once she died, her power would inevitably be annexed by Huang Song. Therefore, they couldn't wait to find Huang Song to take over the business. How could the icing on the cake compare to providing timely help? If they did not express their stance now, it would be too late for them to cling to him after Huang Song annexed Jiang Pingji's power and became the first Duke of Dongqing. Who knew, sigh, he hadn't expected that the sickly invalid would actually be able to catch his breath. Fortunately, there was still room for negotiation. As long as the evidence of their collaboration with Huang Song's letter was burned, even if Jiang Pingji accused them of colluding with the enemy and betraying the enemy, they would insist that there was no such thing. They would renege on their debt to the end and refuse to admit it. Would she be able to drag Huang Song over to confront her? Thinking of this, everyone's anxious hearts calmed down. Before they could rejoice for too long, they discovered with ashen faces that the letters they had carefully placed were all gone. They had been robbed. Who was the thief who stole the letters? They all thought of one person at the same time, and their faces turned pale. Blessings never come in pairs, and misfortunes never come alone. With the disappearance of the letters that colluded with the enemy, something even worse happened. The graceful and luxurious woman could no longer maintain her airs. She hurriedly said, "Master, it's bad. There are many soldiers outside surrounding the mansion." The guards tried to stop them, but they ended up as dead souls under the blades. The strong smell of blood rushed into their nostrils, scaring the noble woman so much that she turned pale. "What are you doing?" She was horrified to see that all the family members, servants, and guards in the mansion had shiny blades on their necks. "What are we doing? Can't you see with your own eyes? Arrest all of them." The same situation played out in all the families. Some people were crying and wailing, some were at a loss, and some were disheartened. Many family members cried out that they were innocent and begged for mercy. There were also some people who maintained their status and berated the soldiers. They did not have the slightest self-awareness of being prisoners. "Sir, they are innocent." Some people had a backbone and refused to lower their heads, but there were also people who lowered their heads to the boorish men they despised and called them sir for the sake of their lives. Innocent. The soldier who led the team to arrest them sneered and said bluntly, "No one is innocent. I will bear the consequences of my own actions. Women and children are innocent after all. Do you think you can bear the consequences?" The soldier sneered. "Even if you are willing to bear the consequences, it depends on whether the 6,000 soldiers who died in vain are willing or not. In this world, only the nobles were innocent. Did the parents, wives, and children of the ordinary soldiers deserve it? It was not shameful to die in the hands of the enemy, but it was shameful to die in the betrayal of one's own people. There is a distinction between the main culprit and the accomplices. How can you kill them all? The soldier said. It's the Lord's job to convict them. We are only responsible for arresting them. Because he was worried that the criminals would escape, Meng Hung specially sent soldiers to arrest the families with conclusive evidence and await Jiang Pingji's trial. Jiang Pingji took a detour to meet Han Yu's troops. Coincidentally, Wei Xiai was also at the front line. When she saw Wei Xiai, her mood improved a little. Everyone knew that Jiang Pingji was in a bad mood and tacitly did not mention what happened in Hu County. Instead, they were concerned about her gains in Qinzhou. Jiang Pingji conveniently mentioned Yuan Xian's incident, hoping that everyone would learn from Yuan Xian and not make the same stupid mistake. Wei Xiai said, "A day ago, I received news that Yuan Xian is dead." Jiang Pingji responded with an "oh" and asked calmly, "How did he die?" She received the news from the front line and rushed all the way. She guessed that she had missed the messenger, so she did not know that Yuan Xian was already dead. Yuan Xian was killed by 2 deputy generals after he was drunk. Wei Xiai said, because the deputy generals forcibly took a girl from a good family and caused her death, they violated military discipline and were reported by the victim's family. They were afraid that Yuan Xian would punish them according to military law, so they took the opportunity to kill him. Jiang Pingji said, "The victim's family reported him? What a coincidence." She did not believe in coincidences. If there were too many coincidences, it would reveal a sense of scheming. Wei Xiai nodded. "I have the same thoughts." Jiang Pingji said, "Yuan Xian was our good friend. It's a pity that he died." Wei Xiai was speechless. If Huang Song heard this, he would be very heartbroken. Wei Xiai said, "I'm worried about Sangzhou. With Yuan Xian's death, the power in Qinzhou will fall into the hands of Nie Sun. This person is not easy to deal with." Jiang Pingji said, "The food in Qinzhou has been swindled by a man named Hua Yuan. Nie Sun can't cook without rice. His good cards were ruined by Yuan Xian. After Nie Sun took over, he was just struggling at death's door." Wei Xiai heard a familiar name and was surprised. "Hua Yuan?" Jiang Pingji asked. "Yes, he's quite a treacherous person. He's good at swindling food and drinks." Chapter 1291. Yang Si keenly noticed the flash of surprise on Wei Xi's face. He laughed and said, "Zixiao, you really know everything. Do you know this person?" Everyone's gaze turned to Wei Xiai. The latter hesitated for a moment, not knowing if he should speak. Without waiting for Wei Xiai to speak, Jiang Pingji said, "Who cares if he's Hua Yuan or Chao Yuan? It's not our turn to think about him. Bogeo is the victim." This sentence sounded like mockery, but in fact, it was to change the topic and help Wei Xiai out of his predicament. When Yang Si heard Jiang Pingji speak, he could only rub the bridge of his nose, asking for a snub. He did not pursue the matter. It was not a good deal to be targeted by the Lord just to satisfy a moment's curiosity. Yang Si admitted that he was rather curious. Although Wei Xiai was not a shut-in, he was not a traveling frog who traveled all over the world to study and never returned home. How could he know so much information? He knew almost all the places that produced the kind of talents. It was simply unscientific. Could it be that Wei Xiai secretly had an intelligence department that outsiders did not know about? Jiang Pingji secretly protected him, but Wei Xiai did not dare to enjoy it calmly. None of the people present were easier to deal with than Qiguan Rang. If this special treatment made them hate him, it would accumulate into a reason to attack him in the future. Wei Xiai felt that he would die faster in this life than in his previous one. In the blink of an eye, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Wei Xiai said, "I've heard a little about Hua Yuan." Yang Si immediately perked up. Most people who Wei Xiai remembered were not easy to deal with, such as Sun Wen back then. Wei Xiai smiled bitterly and said, "Hua Yuan was born in a small clan in Nanxing. His parents died when he was young. When he was young, his uncle and aunt arranged for him to marry the legal wife's daughter of a declining aristocratic family. He was gentle and somewhat weak, But his wife was shrewish and arrogant. They had a son and a daughter. During the disaster of the southern barbarians, Hua Yuan's family fled deep into the mountains to take refuge. In the end, their whereabouts were betrayed by the servants in the family. His wife and daughter died tragically. He briefly described Hua Yuan's life. Everyone listened with a face full of confusion. Jiang Pingji said in surprise. As far as I know, Hua Yuan's temperament and the Hua Yuan that Zixiao spoke of are completely different people. If Hua Yuan was really a gentle and cowardly person, even An Chui wouldn't be able to subjugate him, much less set up a series of schemes to steal Yuan Xian's food. According to the information they had received so far, Hua Yuan was definitely not someone who was easy to deal with. I made a mistake. Yang Si clapped his hands and laughed. Zixiao, you made a mistake this time. Ci hasn't finished speaking. How would Jing Rong know that Ci is wrong? It's said that when Hua Yuan's mother was pregnant, she gave birth to a pair of boys. Wei Ci had just said a few words when Yang Si's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten that Wei Ci had a pen name of Layman Zaiki? Every novel that he published left him mesmerized. Art came from life and was superior to life. As soon as he heard the beginning of the story, Yang Si's interest was piqued. He could not help but perk up his ears and listen quietly. Wei Ci said calmly, his eldest son died before he reached the age where he could grow teeth. His second son survived and was named Hua Yuan. Before Hua Yuan could be enlightened, his parents contracted an epidemic and passed away. His family business was seized by his uncle and aunt. On the surface, his uncle and aunt treated Hua Yuan very well, and did not mistreat the only son left behind by his elder brother. But behind his back, they used underhanded methods to try to raise Hua Yuan into a useless person. When Hua Yuan turned 20, his uncle and aunt arranged for Hua Yuan to marry an unreasonable wife who was shrewish and had a secret affair with someone before marriage. After marriage, this woman held all the power in the family. She was dissolute and did not know how to restrain herself. Hua Yuan was cowardly and did not know how to resist. Until the disaster of the southern barbarians, his wife colluded with her secret lover. The two planned to rob Hua Yuan's family's wealth and flee far away, betraying the hiding place of Hua Yuan's family. In the end, Yang Si listened intently and hurriedly asked, in the end? What happened in the end? The story was about to end when Wei Ci stopped. Wasn't this deliberately tormenting people? Wei Ci's eyes were indifferent as he said, Hua Yuan killed with a borrowed knife. This couple, along with their illegitimate child, were all killed by the barbarians. After all, it was an ancient era where there were not many novels. The story that Wei Ci spoke of was still very interesting. Yang Si was stunned for a moment. This story sounded anticlimactic, but after thinking about it carefully, it was extremely frightening. Wei Ci said, ever since Hua Yuan's parents passed away due to an epidemic, he suffered from insanity. He was sometimes clear-headed and sometimes muddled. When he lost his mind, he told others that he was not Hua Yuan, but Hua Yuan's twin brother. Others thought that he was mentally abnormal and treated him like a fool. His wife also held on to this and often had an affair with her lover without any sense of propriety. She gave birth to a son and a daughter for her lover. Hua Yuan was cowardly and did not know how to resist. But after he lost his mind, Hua Yuan, who claimed to be his elder brother, was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He was cruel and cunning. Yang Si could not help but shiver. Could it be that he was really Hua Yuan's elder brother who possessed him? Wei Ci shook his head and said seriously, ghosts and gods cannot be trusted. We must believe in science. Believe in the Lord. Yang Si looked at him strangely. Why did this sentence come out of the mouth of a charlatan? Why did it sound so awkward? Yang Si was confused. If it was not the younger brother who possessed him, how could it be explained that there were two completely different Hua Yuan after he lost his mind? One was cowardly, dejected, and bullied. His wife and her lover cheated on him countless times and gave him a pair of cheap children, making him a cheap father for many years. Such a great shame and humiliation. Not to mention Hua Yuan, who was born in an aristocratic family. Any child beggar would not be able to tolerate it. The other one would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, cruel and cunning. He used the power of the barbarians to kill his wife and her lover, and also killed the 2 children who were with him every day. Don't forget that Hua Yuan also set up a series of plans. He stole the grain stored in Qinzhou from Yuan Xian, deceived Nie Sun, and tricked Huang Song. Yang Si was still thinking about the plot. Han Yu and the others looked at Wei Si with a strange expression. Wei Si's story was too detailed. It sounded more like a story to them. Pitiful sigh. Lost his mind? Maybe he has 2 personalities? I didn't expect Hua Yuan to be a psychopath. Lao Siji Lianmeng. This is very likely. Semiren said that Hua Yuan went crazy after his parents died. His uncle and aunt, who had taken away his family's wealth, harbored evil intentions towards Hua Yuan. They even wanted to raise Hua Yuan to become a cripple. Hua Yuan was young and faced with a hostile external environment. Maybe he split his second personality because of this. This personality claimed to be Hua Yuan's biological brother who died young. Hua Yuan imagined that his elder brother would protect him, so the second personality was completely different from the first one. He evolved from a little sheep to a man-eating flower. Tudufeichio. From a little sheep to a man-eating flower. This metaphor is amazing. I double-click 666 for you. Jiang Pingji said. As far as I know, this kind of insanity is extremely difficult to cure. It will worsen over time. Chapter 1292. Some of the patients with multiple personalities were harmless, but some of them were very aggressive. She had once carried out a mission to capture a freak with 36 personalities. Each of the 36 personalities had a strong tendency to be antisocial and violent. They committed serial crimes and had a great impact on society. Her superiors had issued hunting missions many times. The genetic warriors before Jiang Pingji had all failed miserably. They were killed instead. That guy had also come out of the genetic warrior training camp and was one of the best in that batch. His combat ability was not low and he was extremely dangerous. Each of the 36 personalities was the best of the best. Their disguise skills were flawless. Many genetic warriors did not even know how they died. Several people died in a row. The mission finally fell on Jiang Pingji. Even she was almost deceived. Of course, Jiang Pingji came back alive. She successfully killed the senior with multiple personalities and was admitted to the military hospital for a long time. Further deterioration? Yang Si asked curiously. How so? Jiang Pingji smiled and said, for example, he lost his mind one day and woke up claiming that he was Yang Si. Yang Si shuddered. Was it fun to scare him? He subconsciously looked at Jiang Nongqin from the corner of his eye. He saw the heartless woman looking at him suspiciously. For all, he could not live like this anymore. If he had been NTR'd by someone else, he would have killed the other party. However, the person who cuckolded him was his lord, and she was a woman. He felt so wrong that he could not speak. How is this deterioration? Could it be that my soul will leave my body and possess him? Yang Si curled his lips gloomily. Zixiao said that ghosts and gods can't be trusted. Jiang Pingji explained. When he lost his mind, he became another person that he imagined. For example, Hua Yuan's elder brother. This is also someone that Hua Yuan subconsciously imagined when he was bullied and could not resist. Yang Si felt that her explanation was novel and interesting. It seemed to be easier to accept than the so-called possession of the soul of his deceased brother. Yang Si said, My lord, do you mean that as time goes by, Hua Yuan may imagine himself as someone else? Jiang Pingji nodded. Yes. After all, it was ancient times. Without targeted medication and medical conditions, it was difficult to cure Hua Yuan's dual personality. Little did he know that Jiang Pingji's words had come true. Hua Yuan had indeed split into other personalities. Yang Si asked curiously, Zixiao, how do you know so much? From the looks of it, even Hua Yuan's lover doesn't know him as well as you do. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Pingji glared at Yang Si. Do you know how to talk? Who was Wei Si's lover? Her frog was slowly simmering in her pot. How could it jump into someone else's pot? Yang Si. Even so, Yang Si's words still voiced everyone's confusion. Wei Si's understanding of Hua Yuan was too detailed. Wei Xi dodged the question expressionlessly. I calculated with my fingers and observed the stars at night. Yang Si could not help but complain. Can your reason be any more perfunctory? Who was the one who told him that ghosts and gods couldn't be trusted? Turning around and slapping his own face, Wei Zixiao, you sure are capable. Wei Xi argued with him and said, yes. Yang Si. Han Yu shook his head. He and Wei Xi had known each other for many years. There was indeed something mysterious about Wei Xi that others could not fathom. Since the Lord did not ask further, it was obviously harmless. She could just pretend to be deaf and dumb. On the contrary, Yang Si liked to be abused. Even though he knew that there was no result from asking, he still persisted. Jiang Pingji excused the meeting with the excuse that she was tired. Wei Xi was caught up by Yang Si as soon as he left the tent. He said wickedly, Zixiao, why don't you write a novel about Hua Yuan using the name of layman Zaiki? It will definitely cause a sensation. Wei Xi said, are you trying to piss him off? He was so mischievous. Yang Si said, after listening to this novel, my heart is itching. I always feel that it's not enough. For a novel, after reading a novel, one always felt that it was fresh and wanted to find a similar type to read again to satisfy the need. Wei Xi was moved but refused. No matter what, he and Hua Yuan had worked together before. It was too wicked to bully an old colleague like this. Wei Xi washed up and was about to rest when a figure sneaked in quietly. When he looked closely, it turned out to be the Lord. Lord, you are? Relying on her good martial arts skills, the Lord always liked to visit her at night. Jiang Pingji said with a hint of jealousy. About that Hua Yuan. Were you familiar with him before? She was not so familiar with the person who slept beside her. Wei Xi's expression wavered a little, and he said slightly unnaturally, after all, we worked together before. Jiang Pingji half leaned on him. Zixiao, I'm sad. You actually have something on your mind from me. Did you really not have an affair with Hua Yuan? Wei Xi smiled bitterly and said, we are both men. The friendship between gentlemen is as indifferent as water. Our relationship is completely different from yours. Although he was not proficient in sweet nothings, Wei Xi knew how to pacify the person in front of him. Wei Xi did not deliberately hide it. It was just that he did not want others to know about the secret, especially the person in front of him. If my lord really wants to know, what's the harm in telling me? Wei Xi said. I treated him like a gentleman's best friend, but he didn't think so. Hua Yuan's madness became more and more serious. One day, after his illness broke out, he claimed to be Hua Yuan's deceased wife. This woman was dissolute and liked young and beautiful scholars. At that time, I was in the prime of my life and my looks were not bad. She often harassed me and refused to give up. I could not stand her harassment. In the face of workplace harassment, Wei Xi righteously chose to say no. Hua Yuan's looks were not bad, but he was dressed in colorful women's clothing and wore scary makeup. Even ghosts would be scared to tears by him. It was because of this that Wei Xi started to investigate Hua Yuan's past. Coincidentally, the first personality, Hua Yuan, woke up one day. Wei Xi used some means to dig out a lot of inside information from him. He pieced the scattered information together into a complete intelligence report. If possible, Wei Xi did not want to know more about Hua Yuan. This person was really evil and strange. Jiang Pingji said angrily, he's so shameless. That's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Wei Xi sighed and said, at the end of the day, he was just a pitiful person. After Hua Yuan split into elder brother and deceased wife, he also split into his deceased parents and his deceased wife's lover who had cheated on him. A good counselor had gone crazy. Every time he thought of this, Wei Xi could not help but sigh. If this person's temperament was normal, he would definitely have a place in this chaotic world. Unfortunately, Wei Xi shook his head regretfully. In his previous life, Hua Yuan died a tragic death. He could not bear to see his end. This person coveted you and harassed you? Jiang Pingji said, you still sympathize with him? After all, we know each other, Wei Xi said. Jiang Pingji said, speaking of which, I seem to have been coveting Zixiao and harassing him. Do you hate me? Chapter 1293. Willing to endure hardship? Jiang Pingji's thin lips curled up slightly. Before Wei Xi could react, she hooked her right hand around the back of his neck, leaned forward, and pressed a kiss on his lips. Zixiao is really sweet. She smacked her lips, looking like she was reminiscing. Wei Xi's ears heated up, and his cheeks flushed red. Even though Wei Xi had the experience of his previous life, he was still conservative and introverted. In terms of shamelessness, how could he be Jiang Pingji's opponent? The person in front of him was his nemesis. It was so in his previous life, and it was so in this life. She could defeat him without doing anything. My lord. Wei Xi reached out and stabilized her body. He said warmly, "It's getting late. Let's go back and rest first." Jiang Pingji leaned close to his ear. Her warm and moist air hit the base of his ear, causing him to palpitate and tremble. It made him lose control of his mind. Zixiao, your surname was Liu in your previous life, right? Wei Xi frowned in surprise and said seriously, "Of course not. Why does my lord have such a question?" "I suspect that your name was Liu Xiaohui in your previous life." Jiang Pingji teased him with a smile. "If you were an ordinary man, you wouldn't be able to sit still by now. Could it be that her boyfriend power was at its maximum, causing the two of them to take the opposite roles? Should she take the initiative to overwhelm him?" It wasn't that she hadn't tried before, but Wei Xi's attitude was very resistant. She also abided by the federal law that she couldn't use force on others without permission. Wei Xi smiled bitterly. "This is the military camp. Are you going to indulge in sensual pleasures here?" Jiang Pingji was startled. That really wouldn't do. As the lord, she had to set an example and firmly abide by the military rules of the military camp. She couldn't violate any of them, let alone indulge in sensual pleasures. She rolled her eyes and asked, "It's fine as long as we're not in the military camp?" Wei Xi smiled bitterly again. The candlelight in the tent swayed. The orange light reflected in his eyes. They looked warm and deep, as if they contained stars. "That won't do. It's not suitable for my lord now." He paused and looked a little embarrassed. "It's not suitable for pregnancy." Jiang Pingji was stunned. She didn't expect Wei Xi to reject her repeatedly for this reason. She thought it was because he was naturally shy. The two of them looked at each other for a while. Wei Xi seemed to have lost all hope and said, "The world is in chaos and the situation is unstable. If my lord is not careful and becomes pregnant, it will be very inconvenient and the risk will increase. A woman's pregnancy is extremely dangerous. If she is careless and falls into someone else's trap." Wei Xi's medical skills were not bad. In his previous life he had spent a lot of effort to specialize in female gynecology. For stability, he had also learned how to deliver babies. It wasn't that he didn't trust others, but that a woman's pregnancy took 10 months to give birth, so she was especially vulnerable to external harm. Wei Xi could not afford to gamble at all. Jiang Pingji scratched her cheek awkwardly with her index finger. She had never thought about it. She did not want to talk about contraceptives in ancient times. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, she muttered, "Zixiao is really confident in himself." Who didn't know that Wei Xi's body was cold because of his childhood experiences? When it came to men, once the word body cold was attached to it, outsiders would subconsciously think that they were inferior to normal men in terms of fertility. Even if their bodies could be nurtured well, their young energy would not be as abundant as others. Even if Wei Xi had great self-restraint, he almost broke down when he heard his lord's words. "My lord, no matter how small the possibility is, it doesn't mean that it won't happen. You can't take the risk." Wei Xi had been nursing his body for a long time in this life. His condition was definitely much better than in his previous life. He had a son and a daughter in his previous life, so naturally, he wouldn't be without any gains in this life. In addition, the two of them were a few years younger than they were in their previous lives. It was reasonable to say that it was easier for a young and healthy body to conceive. "Don't you know the technique of Qi Huang?" Jiang Pingji said, feeling wronged. "I've learned it for practical use." Wei Xi was speechless for a long while. With a red face, he squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. "Every medicine is poisonous. A woman's body is different from a man's. Even the slightest damage would be difficult to heal. Not to mention the issue of having children. It's fine if you're compassionate, but this method isn't foolproof. If you're not careful and you get pregnant, the fetus you give birth to might be born with congenital deficiencies. Jiang Pingji was speechless. How infuriating. Jiang Pingji's face was as black as ink. Wei Xi hesitated for a while, then he plucked up his courage and stretched out his hand to comfort her back. The more he behaved like this, the angrier Jiang Pingji became. She pushed him down and bit him a few times. Beads of blood appeared on the flesh near his collarbone. Wei Xi was in so much pain that he drew in a breath of cold air. The pain overwhelmed the lust in his body. He could only smile bitterly and pat her on the back, pacifying her. Jiang Pingji was on fire. He was in front of her, yet he couldn't eat her. He was forced to be a sadhu. She smiled bitterly and said, "This is probably self-immolation." Wei Xi didn't dare to interrupt. Instead, he hugged her in silence to calm the burning fire in his heart. His lord wasn't feeling well, but he was actually having a hard time too. Jiang Pingji hugged Wei Xi and ate his tofu for a while. She quietly returned to the main tent. "I'm going to rest. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." She instructed the soldiers who were guarding the main tent. She went to her bedroom in the tent and opened the system store that she hadn't opened for many years. As she flipped through the pages, her face slowly darkened. The pressure surrounding her became even lower. Ordinary genetically modified rice, clean tap water, iodized salt, salt without iodized salt, soil with medium fertility, dry firewood, soybean oil, vegetable oil, sauces, aged vinegar, stir-fried green tea leaves, snakeskin bags, nail knives, ordinary wound medicine. What kind of lousy things were sold in the system store? After flipping through a few pages, Jiang Pingji was so angry that she rushed to the front of the system. The two systems were so scared that they trembled. "You call yourselves systems? This is called the system store? Don't you have any idea what's going on? You don't even have a BYT. You can't even compare to a snack store. You're so useless. You might as well die. As the trash in the system, don't you think it's too embarrassing for you to live?" She vented all her anger on the system. The two systems were so scared that they were dumbfounded. "You're crazy," system number 2 retorted angrily. "Who said that the system store must sell BYT? What was wrong with them?" She had left them hanging for so many years. The pitiful pair of systems had to eat the energy she fed them regularly every day to survive. They felt wronged even if they didn't eat their fill, or starve to death. It was not easy for them to say a few words, but this crazy woman came up and scolded them. "Isn't the bed the battlefield of the live streaming system? Don't you think this thing should exist?" Jiang Pingji mocked and ridiculed them. "As systems, you're so unprofessional. You even want to trick the host into working for you. You deserve to be imprisoned here. Trash." The two systems received critical damage. Damn it, it was great to have the ability to tear the system apart. A soldier would rather be killed than humiliated. Chapter 1294. Bad news from the front line? The next day, Hanyu was keenly aware that his lord was very angry. Her aura was even gloomier than before. Thinking about it, the only answer he could think of was bad news from the front line. No, if there was bad news from the front line, my lord would have summoned us overnight. Yang Si leaned close to him and whispered, "My lord has passed the age of 20. In other words, she has grown up. As an adult, there are always a few days when things go wrong." Yang Si smiled mysteriously and patted Hanyu's shoulder. Han Wenbin joined too late to notice some clues. Hanyu was about to correct him that 20 was used to describe a man and that a woman should be described as young, but he suddenly realized something. "You mean?" Hanyu's face turned gloomy and he scolded, "Yang Jingrong, how dare you lie about my lord? It's not something that can't be said. Sages are also human beings." Yang Si crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Why can't sages talk about things that they can't avoid? Without this, how can the bloodline continue? If you don't say it, who will know that I said it?" Hanyu was so angry that he almost laughed. He said, "My lord is a woman after all. Isn't it blasphemous to my lord's reputation by saying such things?" Yang Si was stunned for a moment and said embarrassedly, Didn't I forget? I can only blame my lord for being too heroic and forgetting about this. Han Yu was speechless. He wanted to strangle this scoundrel. Han Yu was exasperated and said, "This is related to my lord's reputation. How can you talk nonsense?" It was not easy to be a female lord. Yang Xi's attitude was so frivolous. If it was spread out, it would be extremely disadvantageous to my lord. Yang Xi couldn't defeat Han Yu, so he could only listen to the scolding with his head down. After all, Han Yu was his senior brother, so he endured it. When Han Yu finished scolding him, Yang Xi turned to Jiang Nongqin for comfort. Jiang Nongqin said, "Military advisor Han is thoughtful. You are indeed in the wrong. There is nothing to feel wronged about. My lord's reputation is the most important." Yang Xi was speechless. What a heartless woman. Jiang Pingji was very angry, but there were many places for her to vent her anger during the war. Her morale was high, and her soldiers were also encouraged. They looked like they were ready to perish together with the enemy at any time. The entire army did not look dispirited at all. The haze of losing Hu County and Mound River County had been swept away. This was something new. Jiang Pingji gathered everyone for a meeting. A huge sand table was placed in the center of the tent, and the mountains, rivers could be seen on it. Jiang Pingji glanced at the location of Zhanghe County, which was marked with Huang Song's label, and cursed in her mother tongue. Although she spoke softly, many people heard her, but they could not understand her. They couldn't understand it, but the viewers in the live stream knew what it meant. Jiang Pingji had been streaming for almost 10 years. Even if she did not deliberately speak in her mother tongue, she would still occasionally reveal a few words. In the live stream room, Salted Fish had been gathering material for years, and barely managed to translate a few pronunciations. Lao Siji Lianming. The host has been very irritable lately. Is it because of Bogeo? Jiang Pingji usually restrained herself and avoided using her mother tongue as much as possible, except for one situation. When he was extremely irritable. Under such circumstances, other than cursing, there was no other meaning to using one's mother tongue. Gui Kai Guo Fengxiu. The streamer is going to win. Huang Song shouldn't have made her so angry, right? She should be scolding the local forces in Hu County for betraying her. I remember that the streamer did not touch them because she cared about Lu Shi's reputation. Who knew that they would take advantage of the streamer's serious illness to betray her? Fortunately, Jiang Pingji was pretending to be sick. If she was really sick, they would have done this and Hu County would have been completely lost. Hu County had a very important strategic significance. If the provisions in Hu County were taken away by Huang Song, he would not have to worry about food this winter. On the contrary, Jiang Pingji's side would be trapped. Even if it was freezing cold, Huang Song could still gather his troops to attack Wanzhou. Jiang Pingji might not be able to defend her side. Thinking of this, it was reasonable for Jiang Pingji to curse the ingrates in Hu County. Little did she know, Jiang Pingji changed the topic and said with a burning gaze, "It's getting cold. Let's send Bogeo on his way." Moyu Guangxi. The weather is getting cold and yellow? Guagugu. Did you see that? That's my brain. Pepsi Cola. The person above is presumptuous. That's my brain. Qianyu man. Isn't the brain above Coca-Cola? The idle people still did not change the topic, but Han Yu and the others were very reliable. The Sanshan Valley is not a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If Huang Song attacks it with his troops, General Luo and the others will not be able to defend it for more than a few days. Han Yu said with a serious expression. I asked General Qin Gong to send troops to sneak attack the rear of Huang Song's main force to restrain their troops, but it can only delay them for a while. Jiang Pingji said. I also know that the Sanshan Valley is not a strategic pass. Luo Yu's troops will not be able to defend it. Therefore, we need to end the battle quickly without delay. Looking at the time, Bogeo should have received the news from Qinzhou. He will not sit still. He will either give up Hu County and Zhanghe County and retreat with his troops, or he will go all out and attack the Sanshan Valley and seize the whole of Hu County. Hu County was a hot potato. The terrain also made it easy to attack and difficult to defend. The whole of Hu County only had one line of defense, and they had to send many troops to defend it. However, the ingrates in Hu County were courting death. They cooperated with the mole Huang Song and broke the line of defense in Hu County. Han Yu said, "The value of Chenzhou is far less than Hu County. Huang Song will not give up the good situation for Chenzhou." In other words, the possibility of Huang Song leading troops to attack the Sanshan Valley was much higher than the former. If that was the case, Jiang Pingji would definitely send troops to stop Huang Song. She could accept losing the whole of Hu County, but she was afraid that the tens of thousands of elite troops sent to Hu County would also be lost. However, a quick battle was not something that could be won just by leading troops. They needed to think carefully about how to send troops and how to set up the layout. Everyone frowned and discussed for more than 2 hours before they finalized the final plan of attack. After the meeting ended, Jiang Pingji added, "We will pacify the 5 countries within 7 years. Bogeo is a force that we must destroy." Han Yu frowned. He did not want his lord to bite off more than she could chew. He hesitated and said, "This year we can conquer Huang Song and Dongqing will basically be unified, but the other 4 countries?" Jiang Pingji snorted. "Can't we destroy a group of thieves with the strength of a country?" Dongqing, Xichang, Nanxing, Beiyuan, and Zhengzhou. The 5 countries were basically divided. Although Dongqing would not be the first to be in chaos, it would be the first to be unified. With all the troops in the country under her control, she did not believe that she could not defeat the neighboring countries that were divided. It was the same principle as making money to start a business. Starting a business was the most difficult to earn $1 million. Making another $1 million was much easier than starting a business from scratch. She spent nearly 7 years to unify Dongqing. Couldn't she destroy the other 4 countries in the remaining 7 years? Han Yu looked calm on the surface, but in fact his blood was boiling. He had been working for Jiang Pingji for a while. Except for the conversation that persuaded her to surrender, she had never revealed her ambition to invade the other 4 countries. Now she said that she would destroy the other 4 countries within 7 years. Even a rational person like Han Yu could not help but be excited. Chapter 1295. Who didn't know how to brag? But to be able to turn your bragging into reality, that was the real deal. Jiang Pingji had made a bold promise. This year, she would defeat Huang Song. In 7 years, she would pacify the 4 countries. Naturally, she had to put in the corresponding effort. At the moment, the most important thing was to send troops to intercept Huang Song's main force and prevent them from entering the Sanshan Valley. If Hu County was saved, the next battle would be easier. Not only did Jiang Pingji and the others understand this, but Huang Song's people were also well aware of it. However, Jiang Pingji was destined to be Huang Song's nemesis. Before he could recover from the joy of breaking through Hu County's defense line and taking over Zhanghe County, a few pieces of news came from the rear. They struck him like a bolt from the blue. Almost all of his rationality was shattered. Yuanxin almost killed the military counselor Nie Sun in front of the battle. Yuanxin easily believed Hua Yuan's suggestion and used the strategy of strengthening the defense and clearing the field. As a result, the grain stored in Chenzhou's granary was stolen by Hua Yuan. Yuanxin was drunk and violent. He wanted to kill an assistant general who violated military orders. The assistant general was so bold that he conspired with another assistant general to kill Yuanxin. Chenzhou is in dire need of rations. The military counselor Nie Sun reorganized the troops and stopped the enemy in Sangzhou. 4 pieces of news in a row blew Huang Song's mind away. That was not the point. The point was that the 4 pieces of news did not happen at the same time. What did this mean? It meant that someone had deliberately blocked and suppressed the news from the rear. They were deceiving everyone and causing Huang Song to be unable to know the situation of the battle immediately. Huang Song suppressed his surging anger. Fortunately, Yuanxin was dead. If he hadn't died, Huang Song would have drawn his sword and slashed him. He looked at the messenger with a gloomy expression and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who sent you to deliver this news?" The messenger replied, "Military counselor Nie sent me to deliver the news to the Lord as soon as possible." Huang Song asked again, "When did military counselor Nie get injured?" The messenger replied, "About a month and a half ago." Huang Song asked again, "When did General Yuanxin die?" When did Qinzhou's rations get cheated? The messenger was sweating profusely. The rations got cheated half a month after military counselor Nie got injured. 10 days later, General Yuanxin was assassinated. Huang Song was furious. The veins on his forehead were bulging. His eyes were filled with horror. It would only take 10 days to get here from the front line in Qinzhou. Why is the news delayed for 40 to 50 days? Huang Song's anger could not be quelled, and the messenger could only bear the impact of his anger head-on. He was so frightened that he trembled all over, not daring to interrupt. The messenger said, This is because General Yuanxin ordered. He was like a punctured balloon. His anger suddenly dropped from the highest point to the lowest point, and there was a dejected expression between his brows. Huang Song really regretted it now, so much so that his intestines turned green. He said angrily, I thought he was sincerely remorseful to Chengyin. That's why I gave him a second chance to guard the rear of Qinzhou. I didn't expect him to be so unrepentant. He should. Nie Sun and Yuanxin didn't get along. Even if he did, the two of them wouldn't be able to reconcile. Nie Sun and Yuanxin didn't get along. Even if he did, the two of them wouldn't be able to reach a peaceful ending. His words had come true. Huang Song, on the other hand, had no choice but to give Yuan Xian some face, and took out Yuan Xian that he had hidden away. It wasn't because Huang Song was a father figure. It was because Yuan Xian's youngest son was shot by a stray arrow to protect Huang Song and died. Huang Song remembered this kindness. He wasn't a heartless person. He always remembered Yuan Xian's kindness, so he took good care of Yuan Xian. In the end, alas, he was caught in his own trap. If he had listened to Fengju, Cheng Jing, and the others and kept Yuan Xian hidden or separated, he wouldn't be in this situation. Huang Song knew that Yuan Xian was taking advantage of his guilt and his status as his uncle. No one could suppress him except for a few people. But so what? He couldn't just let Yuan Xian go or abandon him just because he liked to target Nie Sun. Before the incident in Qinzhou, Yuan Xian's biggest mistakes were limited to targeting Nie Sun, snitching on him behind his back, and destroying internal unity. Huang Song would at most freeze Yuan Xian for a period of time as punishment. After the incident, he would still use it. Unexpectedly, Yuan Xian didn't say a word and caused big trouble. Not only did he hurt Nie Sun, but he also suppressed the news. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. In the end, Hua Yuan of unknown origin took away the food in Qinzhou. Huang Song told everyone in the tent with a serious face. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Yuan Xian to be so bold. Cheng Jing rubbed his eyebrows. Yuan Xian turned the advantage he had created with great difficulty into a disadvantage. He was really a capable person. He was dead, but the Lord had to clean up the mess because of his stupidity. Cheng Jing frowned and thought. A counselor in Huang Song's tent came out and cupped his hands. My lord, General Yuan Xian is already dead. It's useless to argue about his mistakes now. The most important thing now is to solve the urgent situation. Qinzhou doesn't have enough troops and supplies. Counselor Nie is injured. We don't know how long he can defend. My lord, please make a decision as soon as possible. Should we send troops back to help Qinzhou or abandon it? The counselor's voice trailed off. If they didn't care about Qinzhou, as long as the enemy used the strategy of besieging them, Qinzhou would be finished even if they didn't do anything. Don't forget, there were nearly 1 million ordinary people in Qinzhou. There was still surplus food in the military camp for some time, but millions of people also needed to eat. Not every family had food reserves, and even if they did, there wouldn't be a lot. Many people had to go to the rice merchants regularly to buy rice. The rice merchants bought part of the rice from the people, and the other part from the grain stores in the important towns. The rice bought by the grain stores was usually old rice that had been stored for a year or 2 or 3 years. The price was lower than new rice. It was good enough that the people had something to eat. Why would they be picky about whether the rice was new or old? Yuan Xian had moved all the food from the grain stores. How could they make up for this gap? There was another meaning in the counselor's words. If Huang Song chose to go back to help Qinzhou, he would have to face a food shortage of millions of dong, and the people who lacked food. It was better to abandon it. Abandoning Chenzhou also meant abandoning Niesun and the tens of thousands of soldiers stationed there. What should he do? How should he choose? Huang Song's heart wavered. He was like a blind man standing on the edge of a cliff. In front of him was a cliff, and behind him was a fierce tiger. My lord, it's not time to delay. My lord, please make a decision quickly. Everyone tried to persuade him. Huang Song looked at Cheng Jing, asking him what he should choose. Cheng Jing was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, My lord, please think of the big picture. Chapter 1296. Everyone was well aware of Huang Song's choice. Cheng Jing left the main tent with a heavy heart, and secretly found the messenger to ask. He felt that something was wrong about the incident in Qinzhou. Yuanqing had a bad temper for a long time, but he had to be killed at such a critical juncture. The messenger trembled with fear, and did not dare to look directly at Cheng Jing. He answered whatever Cheng Jing asked. Have you investigated Hua Yuan's background? Cheng Jing asked in a low voice. Is it possible that he was sent by Wanzhou? Huang Song and Jiang Pingji were in a heated battle. It was too much of a coincidence that Hua Yuan jumped out and swindled millions of dawn of grain. When General Yuanqing was alive, he had sent men to pursue the stolen rations. Although they didn't manage to catch the culprit, according to intelligence, Hua Yuan was a citizen of Nansheng. This batch of rations was also transported to the south by water. Military advisor Nye investigated it carefully. It was most likely not sent by Wanzhou. Cheng Jing frowned slightly and sighed. That's true. If it was Wanzhou's doing, it would have been publicized long ago. Sent south by water? Could it be Nansheng's power? Yang Tao and Jiang Pingji had formed an alliance. Yang Tao could indeed help Jiang Pingji. Cheng Jing would never have guessed that Hua Yuan was not Yang Tao's subordinate, but Shui's. Shui's reputation in Dongqing was very low. It was normal for Cheng Jing to not think of him. He asked again, How is military advisor Nye? Can you take it? Nye-sun was a very perceptive person. He should know what would happen to him if the news reached the front lines. Huang Song would definitely abandon Qinzhou. The messenger told the truth. Nye-sun had recuperated for more than a month, before he could barely walk. Logically speaking, he still needed to rest, but Yuanqing had died at such a critical juncture. If Nye-sun did not stand up to take charge, how could the soldiers in Qinzhou resist the ferocious enemy? After Cheng Jing heard this, his brows did not relax. Instead, they furrowed even more, leaving deep red wrinkles. Military advisor Nye was injured so badly? If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Cheng Jing would not have imagined how severe the injury was. The messenger said, Military advisor stayed up for several nights before he was out of danger. He woke up for a while and wrote a will to his wife and daughter. If he was not injured to the point of death, who would write a will to curse him? Cheng Jing said, Will? Do you know what it says? The messenger shook his head. He was just a lowly soldier. How could he be qualified to know what was written in the letter? However, General Yuanqing read the contents of the letter before he died. Not long after the letter reached the hands of Counselor Nye's wife and daughter, they led their men north. Suddenly, Cheng Jing understood something. He could roughly guess the contents of the will. It was most likely an order for his wife and daughter to go north and seek refuge with the Yu clan. He asked, Why didn't you tell the Lord about this? The messenger was stunned and said in astonishment, Counselor Nye didn't say anything. Cheng Jing lowered his eyelids to hide the complex emotions that flashed across his eyes. Nye-sun had sent someone to report, but he had left out the detail that he had written a will to his wife and daughter. Was he afraid that the Lord would pursue and suspect him? When he thought of this, Cheng Jing asked about the details of Yuan Xian's death in detail. The more he asked, the more shocked he was. Yuan Xian's death. I'm afraid it won't be simple. Even if the commoners were resentful, they would not be able to win against the Thais. Most of them did not have the courage to make a fuss, and could only swallow the bitter pill. That old man had not only carried his granddaughter's corpse to the military camp to make a fuss, but he had also been able to maintain his composure during the confrontation, and speak clearly and methodically. He did not seem like a commoner, but more like someone had instructed him behind the scenes. Cheng Jing raised his hand to press his aching forehead and said in a low voice, "You may leave. Be careful when you leave. Don't let anyone see that you've seen me." Cheng Jing wanted to hide it, but Huang Song was a suspicious person. He heard that Cheng Jing had privately summoned the messenger. This action attracted Huang Song's attention. He summoned the messenger to ask, "What did the counselor ask?" The messenger recalled carefully and told him everything. After hearing this, Huang Song's expression became a little gloomy. The messenger knelt down in fear and trembled, not even daring to breathe loudly. After a while he waved his hand and said, "Don't say anything that should or shouldn't be said." The messenger retreated with a puzzled face. The next day, Huang Song gathered everyone to discuss the matter of attacking the Three Mountains Valley. Cheng Jing keenly noticed that Huang Song was not as hesitant as the day before. This lowly general requests to join the battle. We will definitely attack the Three Mountains Valley within 3 days. There were many generals under Huang Song's command, but most of them were from the Yuan family. Only less than half of them were generals with different surnames. The one who requested to join the battle this time was Yuan Xin's eldest son. He took after his father in appearance, and was also a fierce and aggressive person when he was young. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Chong and a few other generals also stood up and requested to join the battle. The Three Mountains Valley was easy to attack, but difficult to defend. Even if the enemy had placed a large number of soldiers here, it would still be difficult to defend. This was a good opportunity to make a contribution. Huang Song was still disgusted by Yuan Xin's betrayal, and did not want to see anyone related to Yuan Xin for the time being. He ignored Yuan Xin's eldest son, and turned to Yuan Chong. "Is Hung Shu confident?" Yuan Chong secretly clenched his fists, and took a deep breath. He said in a powerful voice, "This lowly general is willing to make a military pledge." It seemed that he was very confident. Huang Song secretly nodded, feeling quite pleased. Yuan Chong was his younger brother and fan. The two of them had been good friends when they were young. Yuan Chong was much better than Yuan Xin. Yuan Xin's eldest son said discontentedly, "Hung Shu is still young after all. This battle is of great importance. Please play it safe, my lord." Huang Song retorted expressionlessly, embarrassing Yuan Xin's eldest son. Yuan Chong led his troops into battle. The dark formation made the onlookers feel pressured. In the Three Mountains Valley, the war drums thundered. Luo Yu took a deep breath and wiped his weapon with a gloomy expression. It seemed that doing so could calm him down. Meng Hung and Cheng Yuan looked at the sand table with a solemn expression. This was not a good place to defend, but they had no other choice. The enemy had the geographical advantage, and they could only fight passively. Fight to the death. We will not take a step back. Luo Yu gripped the long saber in his hand tightly. The polished blade glowed with a cold white light. Meng Hung said, "General Luo, defending to the death is not a good strategy. Even if we use all our men and supplies, defending for 5 days is the limit." The enemy had set up their formation. It was obvious that they would not rest until they were dead. If they fought the enemy to the death, the outcome would be total annihilation. Luo Yu said, "We have already lost Zhanghe district. There is no retreat. If we lose the Three Mountains Valley, the entire Hu County will." Hung is aware of this. Meng Heng's indifferent eyes were as calm as an ancient well. "But these tens of thousands of soldiers are elites that my lord has carefully nurtured. General wants them to defend the Three Mountains Valley to the death. This loss is far greater than losing Hu County." Luo Yu stood up abruptly. A hint of struggle flashed across his square face. "What do you mean, military advisor?" Meng Heng said, "Retreat and abandon the valley. Retreat is the best plan." There was a loud bang. Luo Yu was so angry that he smashed the table beside him. Sawdust scattered all over the floor. Military advisor. Retreat and abandon the valley. How could Meng Heng say that? Wasn't this equivalent to handing over the entire Hu County to Huang Song? Chapter 1297. Luo Yu's eyebrows twitched. He said solemnly, "Please elaborate." He must have been blind. He thought Meng Heng was a gentle and kind scholar. He didn't expect him to be so crazy and decisive. No wonder he was Mengzhan's son. His ruthlessness was inherited. Killing 1,000 enemies while sacrificing 800 men, perishing together. Meng Heng sneered. Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat. Huang Song attacked Hu County for the food after the autumn harvest. We can burn it. If we can't get it, Huang Song won't get it either. Luo Yu's eyelids twitched. Burn it. Burn his own food? Crazy. Meng Heng said. Not all of it. We're burning the fields within 100 miles of the Sanshan Valley. If the food was burned, what was the point of Huang Song's attack? He could just cry in Mound River County. Luo Yu looked at Meng Heng with shock in his eyes. His breathing was rapid and heavy, and his eyes were bloodshot. Burning the crops within 100 miles of the fields. How could he bear to do it? In this era, people would sacrifice their lives for a meal. How could he do it? If you don't make a decision, you'll be in trouble. Meng Heng said coldly, General Luo, make a decision. Luo Yu squeezed the handle of the knife. His knuckles turned blue from the force. His bones were almost protruding out of his skin. It was obvious how much he was struggling. The choice Meng Heng gave Luo Yu was too difficult. No matter what he chose, Luo Yu couldn't bear to do it. Cheng Yuan held his breath and looked at the two with a complicated expression. Is there really no other way? Cheng Yuan helped Luo Yu speak his mind. Meng Heng said, Huang Song will attack the Sanshan Valley with all his strength. We can at most hold on for 5 days. That's at the cost of the lives of all the soldiers. My lord's army is restraining Huang Song's, but Huang Song is avoiding the battle. He'll use the terrain to delay them. It won't be a problem to stall for 10 days to half a month. By then, Hu County will be in Huang Song's hands. Is that what you want to see? The two were speechless. Luo Yu hung his head in pain. Meng Heng said, sacrificing 100 miles of fields in exchange for the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers and half of Hu County. Isn't that worth it? Luo Yu said, Advisor. In 2 months, it will be the autumn harvest, Meng Heng said, but we're exhausted after persevering for 5 days. How can we last until the autumn harvest? Since ancient times, wars had only involved seizing other people's territory and food. Who would burn one's own food? After a while, Cheng Yuan said, if news of the people burning a year's worth of hard work gets out. Meng Heng asked, isn't there a ready scapegoat? Luo Yu and Cheng Yuan were both stunned, not knowing who Meng Heng was referring to. Some people worked with Huang Song from the inside for wealth and glory. Why didn't anyone burn the food and take the opportunity to surrender to Huang Song? Meng Heng said, anyway, they're a bunch of people who are about to die. It's not too much to add another crime to them. Let their deaths be more worthwhile. Both of them were silent. What was the reason for the arson? Anyone with a discerning eye would know that Huang Song attacked Hu County for the food. Which idiot would burn the food as a sign of allegiance? As if he could see the two's doubts, Meng Heng said, it's just burning the fertile fields near the Three-Mountain Valley. We can say that the burning of the fields is to distract our army and mislead us into sending troops to extinguish the fire. This will weaken the defending forces of the Three-Mountain Valley. It's good as long as it makes sense. There was no lack of fallacies and ordinary people who were brainwashed by them. As long as the majority of people believed in alcohol, a minority would naturally choose to remain silent. Has General Luo made a decision? Luo Yu looked dispirited and said in a hoarse voice, if we can survive this battle, I'll personally ask for forgiveness from the Lord. Not only did he fail to defend the territory that the Lord had given him, but he also escaped by burning his own fields. Such an incompetent and prodigal performance made Luo Yu want to find a hole to hide in, and never come out again. Huang Song's army came in a menacing manner. They were very ferocious and did not give anyone a chance to breathe. The two armies fought from day to night with the Three Mountains Valley as the boundary. The gate of the pass was smashed by a giant tree once. If it were not for the timely use of dozens of saber carts to block it, they would not have been able to hold on for a day. Everyone was panic-stricken and did not dare to close their eyes at night, afraid that the enemy would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Luo Yu transferred a few thousand soldiers to disguise themselves as ordinary guards and sneaked out of the Three Mountains Valley in the middle of the night. Because of the war, The people nearby had already packed their belongings and headed north to avoid disaster. The fertile fields were left unguarded, which made it convenient for them to move around. Huang Song and the others did not choose to attack at night. Instead, they let the army rest and build up their strength, because the battle situation during the day determined that the enemy was more nervous than they were, and did not dare to sleep the whole night. If they didn't sleep for a whole night, the enemy's physical condition would naturally be inferior to theirs, and they would have the advantage the next day. Based on the current situation, they would be able to take down the Three Mountains Canyon in 3 to 4 days. No matter how strong the enemy was, they were still mortals. It was impossible for them to not sleep for a few days. In the middle of the night, a faint orange light lit up behind the Three Mountains Valley. At first, it was not obvious, and Huang Song and the others did not pay much attention to it. As time passed, the orange light gradually spread and dyed the dark sky with an orange edge. After 2 to 4 hours, Huang Song was woken up by someone. What happened? Huang Song finally managed to fall asleep. Just as he was sleeping soundly, he was woken up by the ruckus outside. He tightened his pajamas and raised his hand to rub his sleepy eyes. "Master, something bad has happened. There's a fire." "Fire? What fire?" Huang Song's mind quivered. He mistakenly thought that the enemy had come to set a fire at night, and was so scared that he was completely awake. He grabbed Yuan Chong's hand and asked, "Where's the fire?" Yuan Chong could not explain clearly, so he ran to the observation deck with Huang Song. There was a dazzling line of fire on the horizon in the direction of the Three Mountains Valley. What's that? Huang Song felt like he was dreaming. Why was the enemy's rear on fire? Yuan Chong said, "The enemy's rear is on fire. I don't know who said it." The two looked at each other. At this moment, the enemy's rear was on fire? Huang Song suddenly had the illusion that he was the chosen one. He looked at the fire in the distance, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Huang Song asked, "Where's the location of the fire?" Yuan Chong could not tell him the specifics and could only give him a rough location. Huang Song's mind flashed and he was shocked. He quickly climbed down the observation deck. At this moment, Cheng Jing and the others also rushed over. Their faces were frighteningly gloomy. They checked the locations of the Great Universal Geographical Map, and were shocked to find that all the locations of the fire were fertile fields. Such a big fire may not be extinguished in 3 to 5 days. They did not know how much grain that was about to ripen had been burned, but they knew that it was not a number they wanted to see. "They're crazy." Huang Song's emotions suddenly exploded. He waved his hand and overturned the table. The bamboo slips and documents on the table scattered on the ground, and the table fell to the ground with a dull thud. In the Three Mountains Valley, Luo Yu looked in the direction of the fire and wiped his tears. Chapter 1298. Compared to the back-and-forth battle in Hu County, the Wanzhou battlefront seemed dull and boring. The person guarding the Wanzhou battlefront was Qiguan Rang, the commander was Fu Wang, and the troops he led were all elites. No matter what tricks Feng Zhu used to lure and mislead them, the entire army adopted the safest strategy. It wasn't that Qiguan Rang didn't want to change from defense to offense, but he had Wanzhou behind him. If Hu County fell, they would at most lose a year's harvest. Next year they would have to tighten their belts. If Wanzhou was lost, then the battlefront would completely collapse. Qiguan Rang knew this, so he didn't dare to slack off. He often deduced the enemy's tactics late into the night, so busy that he even forgot where to put the feather fan in his hand. Yes, that's right. The feather fan that Qiguan Rang never left his hand all year round had finally lost the favor of the main wife. Suddenly hearing that Hu County had fallen, even Fu Wang, the commander, couldn't sit still. Qiguan Rang was still calm and unperturbed. "Isn't the advisor worried at all?" "Of course," Qiguan Rang said. "If all of Hu County falls into Huang Song's hands, not only will they get millions of dawn of new grain, but the tens of thousands of elites under the Lord's command will also be lost. However, if we lose Hu County, we still have a chance to win. If we lose Wanzhou, it'll be hard to turn things around." The land of Wanzhou was the culmination of 7 years of his lord's hard work. Hu County's greatest value lay in its grain. Qiguan Rang knew very well which of the two was more important. Fu Wang let out a sigh after hearing this. He put away all his anxiety and nervousness. He seemed to have calmed down, but the aura around him was slightly terrifying. As soon as Fu Wang thought of the local forces in Hu County rebelling against Huang Song, who had backstabbed them in their vitals, causing the defense line in Hu County to fall and the army to have to retreat to the Three Mountains Canyon, he was instantly enraged. He gritted his teeth and said, "If the people in Hu County hadn't..." Qiguanrang frowned and looked at a spot on the sand table. He clicked his tongue. Maybe the Lord would be happy to see this. Fu Wang almost exploded in anger. How could the Lord be happy to see betrayal? The Lord seized the opportunity to clean up Chongzhou, but Hu County is not easy to deal with. Qiguanrang's eyes were cold as he said meaningfully, "Now that someone is courting death, of course, she doesn't mind them being bolder. If they know their place, who would the Lord kill?" Fu Wang furrowed his brows. He had a feeling that Qiguanrang was implying something. Although the general looked burly and honest on the surface, as if the general was all brawn and no brains, in reality, that was not the case. The scheming on the battlefield was no less than the fighting in the imperial court. A commander capable of commanding hundreds of thousands of soldiers in battle would not be a simple-minded person. Fu Wang probed. "Why do you say so? Could it be that my lord already had the intention to get rid of those people?" If that was the case, Fu Wang was even more puzzled. Other than the stab this time, the forces in Hu Commandery have been very obedient the rest of the time. There is no reason for the Lord to want to kill them so early on. Qiguanrang was startled for a moment, then smiled faintly. Perhaps. How can an outsider guess the Lord's thoughts? Fu Wang choked on his words. Qiguanrang was pretending to be deaf and mute. Qiguanrang obviously knew something but refused to say it. This made Fu Wang's heart itch, but Qiguanrang was tight-lipped and refused to reveal anything. Qiguanrang replied, "It's not a good thing to know too much." As soon as Fu Wang heard this, he knew that he should not continue to be curious. Even the cautious Qiguanrang said so it must not be a small matter. He decisively changed the topic to his opponent, Feng Ju. If Qiguanrang's steady style was a shield, then Feng Ju was a sharp spear, extremely aggressive and deceptive. Fu Wang occasionally lamented that Feng Ju had followed the wrong person to follow Huang Song. His temperament was more like the Lord's. If Huayu was not in Sangzhou but here, it would be interesting for the brothers to fight. Qiguanrang said, "My lord deliberately transferred Huayu to Sangzhou to avoid the brothers from killing each other." Fu Wang made a sound of surprise. "Aren't the brothers Cheng Sun and Cheng Yuan a warning?" Qiguanrang said, "Old Master Feng Ren is old and can't take the stimulation." Cheng Sun's death caused Cheng Cheng to become seriously ill. Many famous doctors said that he could not hold on any longer. If the same situation happened again, if old Master Feng Ren was also sick, he might not have the luck to recover. Fu Wang said, "If that's the case, no wonder the Lord transferred the troops to Hu Commandery and avoided Nie Sun. Is it the same reason?" Qiguanrang nodded. "It's rare for my lord to be so considerate." Fu Wang stretched and perked up. "The enemy hasn't moved for 2 days. It doesn't look normal." Feng Ju led troops to attack Wanzhou, but they were stopped by Fu Wang and Qiguanrang. The two sides were in a stalemate. A while ago, the battle was quite fierce, but these 2 days, it had become uncharacteristically quiet. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Fu Wang felt that Feng Ju was definitely up to something. Qiguanrang said, "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. As long as something doesn't happen in Wanzhou, what tricks can he play?" The main theme of the battlefront in Wanzhou was defense. They absolutely could not push the battlefield into Wanzhou. This was the bottom line that the Lord had told them. It was best if Feng Ju was willing to stop for a while. Qiguanrang could take the time to make other arrangements. Reality proved that Feng Ju was a restless person. How could he waste his limited time on meaningless things? Fu Wang had a brainwave and said with a smile, "What if Feng Ju instigates the Feng family to defect?" "General Fu, do you know how long the Feng family has been around for?" Qiguanrang secretly rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Feng Ju instigates the Feng family to change their stance. But the premise is that the lord dies in Wanzhou and Hu County fall into Huangsong's hands. Only by achieving this premise can Fengju have a chance. The Feng family has gone through several dynasties and several troubled times. If they don't even have the ability to protect themselves, how could they have survived until now? The Feng family of Shangyang was not something that the upstarts in Hu County could compare to. Fu Wang asked, "What if Fengju forged a letter to force the Feng family?" Qiguan Rang said, "That's even more impossible. No matter how rebellious Fengju is, he won't be so cruel as to drag the entire Feng family into a situation of eternal damnation. You also know the Lord's temperament. She won't easily let go of those who betray her. No matter how stupid Fengju is, he won't do that. If he dares to do that, Old Master Fengrun will be the first to step forward and strike Fengju out of the family tree, or even kill family in the name of righteousness." Fu Wang nodded as he listened. Not long after the two of them ended this topic, they were slapped in the face. "Report. We've caught a suspicious spy." Fu Wang waved his hand and said, "Spy? Bring the person in." As soon as he finished speaking, two soldiers escorted a woman in a summer gown into the room. The woman struggled as she walked. Fu Wang said, "Is this a spy?" The woman looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. Her black hair was tied up in a woman's bun, revealing her clean neck and collarbone. Her figure was plump, and her skin was delicate and rosy, like a ripe peach. She was also very good-looking, and her eyes were charming and moving, as if they could suck in a person's soul. Fu Wang took a look and was stunned for a moment, but he came to his senses the next moment. Chapter 1299. One of the patrolling soldiers had been holding back his pee so much that he begged his colleagues to switch shifts and secretly went to a remote place to relieve himself. Just as he was feeling good, he saw this strange woman. She looked strange and attracted the attention of the soldier. Based on the principle that it was better to catch 1,000 wrong people than to let one go, the soldier reported the news. The woman was very strange. Anyone who met her eyes would be so mesmerized that they couldn't tell north from south. They would do whatever she said. The soldiers originally thought they had caught the wrong person, but seeing this strange situation, they had to catch the woman no matter what. After a lot of trouble, they finally caught the woman. Fu Wang sneered and looked at the uneasy deputy general. "Wild Fox, I think you guys have been dry for too long. Everything looks like a fairy." He had high standards. How could someone so ugly be called a fairy? Ignorant. The deputy general was embarrassed. He also knew that this woman didn't look like a spy, but she was indeed abnormal. He had even found evidence. "General, this is the letter we received from this person." The deputy general handed it over. Seeing this, the woman's eyes widened and she struggled even more violently. This woman was stronger than an ordinary man. Two adult soldiers couldn't hold her down at all. They needed another to subdue her. Fu Wang took the letter. There was still wax on it. He opened the wax and took out the letter inside. His fingers held the corner of the letter and shook it. After unfolding it, he read 10 lines at a glance. When Fu Wang read the letter, Qiguan Rang was squinting and yawning. He hadn't had much rest for several days, and was easily sleepy during the day. "General Fu, what's wrong?" Fu Wang looked at the woman and handed the letter to Qiguan Rang in disbelief. He lowered his voice and said, "Counselor, take a look at this." Qiguan Rang didn't understand. "What's written on it?" After reading it, Fu Wang took out the folded paper from the envelope. "And this?" Qiguan Rang knew at a glance that the paper was a detailed topographic map of Wanzhou, as well as the distribution of troops in various places. In this era, maps were not easy to draw. Detailed and accurate maps could even be kept as top secrets. The topographic map of Wanzhou was naturally the most important war secret. It wouldn't be easily revealed. The map in front of him was far more detailed than the maps Qiguan Rang knew. If it fell into the hands of the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Apart from the map, there was also the letter. It was a letter from Feng Yan to Fengju, who was Feng Gui, the current head of the Feng clan, Fengju's elder brother. Qiguan Rang had just said that it was impossible for the Feng family to be instigated by Fengju. Immediately after that, there was a spy carrying irrefutable evidence of collaboration with the enemy. What a slap in the face. Fu Wang looked at Qi Guanrang with a strange expression. Qi Guanrang frowned and read the letter over and over again. Where is he? Qi Guanrang asked. Fu Wang raised his hand and pointed at the woman. Here, but this woman's eyes are indeed a little strange. Counselor, you must be careful. Qi Guanrang took 2 steps forward. The woman lowered her head when he approached, and did not struggle as violently as before. Looking at the woman, Qi Guanrang raised an eyebrow and lifted her chin, forcing her to lift her head. Fu Wang. Incredible, incredible. Qi Guanrang's brows relaxed. He asked in surprise, It's you? The woman subconsciously shrank her shoulders, avoiding Qi Guanrang's direct gaze. Fu Wang asked, Do you know her? Could it be that this woman was an old flame of the counselor's? Qi Guanrang did not pay attention to Fu Wang's thoughts. We've met a few times, but I haven't seen her in recent years. There were a total of 4 maids close to the Lord. One was Lady Xuanmei, who had been betrothed to Xiaoyu by the Lord. The other was Jiang Xiaowei, who had also been the Lord's maid. The third was Lady Huijun, whom General Fu should be very familiar with. The fourth is the person in front of you, Lady Takshu. When Fu Wang joined Wanzhou, Takshu had already been ostracized by Jiang Pingji, and was later sent to Chongzhou. Therefore Fu Wang had never seen Takshu before. Fu Wang was surprised. She's the Lord's maid? Yes, I haven't heard any news of her in years. I didn't expect to see her here. But why? Even if Takshu was no longer the Lord's maid, the Lord would not neglect Takshu based on their previous relationship as a servant. Even if she was not rich, it would not be a problem for her to be content with a little bit of wealth. If Takshu betrayed the Lord, she would be betraying her master. Who would trust her? Qi Guanrang folded the letter and said lightly, Keep this person in custody and let the Lord deal with her. It's not convenient for us to do anything. Fu Wang hesitantly pointed at the letter in Qi Guanrang's hand. This woman is easy to deal with. Then this letter and map. If the Feng family betrays the Lord, Wanzhou will be the next Hu County. This is irrefutable evidence. If the evidence is proven to be real, will the Lord let the Feng family go? Hearing Fu Wang's voice, Takshu became nervous. She held her breath and waited for Qi Guanrang's reaction. Qi Guanrang said, How can we convict the Feng family based on a letter whose authenticity is unknown? Even if the letter is real, if we attack the Feng family now, won't we be forcing the Feng family to rebel in advance and forcing Huayu, who is at the front lines, to make a choice between the family and the Lord? Fu Wang wanted to say something, but Qi Guanrang gestured for him to detain Takshu. General Fu, we can't be too hasty. Qi Guanrang smiled. Don't you think that Lady Takshu is really strange? Fu Wang nodded. She is indeed a little strange. Qi Guanrang said, This matter involves too many people. It's better to suppress it first. This matter concerns the Feng family's position. We have to be more cautious. Qi Guanrang shook his head. The Feng family is easy to deal with, but I'm afraid it will cause the Lord and the Old Master to fall out. Fu Wang was shocked. The Lord and the Old Master. What does this have to do with them? Qi Guanrang explained to him. Takshu was the Lord's maid in the early years, but she was personally chosen by the Old Master. The Lord sent Takshu to Chongzhou to send her back to the Old Master's side. Based on this relationship, does Takshu and the Feng family have anything to do with each other? They had nothing to do with each other. Even if the Feng family was really muddle-headed, the messenger should not have been Takshu. This person's relationship was too inexplicable. Fu Wang immediately understood, and felt that things were getting tricky. Qi Guanrang thought about it and wrote a letter to Feng Gui, who was at the back of Wanzhou, briefly explaining the situation. No matter what, this matter could not be hidden from the Feng family. If the Feng family had been framed, Feng Gui would rush over to explain as soon as he found out. If it was not framed, the Feng family would not dare to act rashly for a while. Of course, the possibility of the Feng family being framed was almost 100% unless Feng Gui was kicked in the head by a donkey to betray them. At this moment, Feng Gui was responding to his father's call to send his 2 legitimate sons to the Golden Scale Academy. Unsurprisingly, The next generation of the Feng family would be handed over to one of these two children. This indirectly expressed the Feng family's attitude. Chapter 1300. Feng Gui immediately packed his things and led his men to the front lines. Xiangyang district wasn't very far from the front line. It would only take 3 to 5 days to travel at top speed. Feng Gui arrived in no time. When Qi Guanrang heard of Feng Gui's visit, he couldn't help but curl his lips. It looked like his judgment was correct. The Feng family had not betrayed them. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Feng Gui got straight to the point and explained his purpose for coming. Qi Guanrang took out the letter and handed it to him. Qi Guanrang said, "This letter was found on the spy's body." Feng Gui carefully took it and glanced at it. His eyes widened in shock. How could this handwriting? The handwriting on the paper was clearly his, and some of the words were written in the same way. Those who were familiar with him would not mistake it. Feng Gui put down the letter and said honestly, "To tell you the truth, this letter was definitely not written by me. However, the person who wrote it was very skilled. Even I was fooled. If it wasn't for the fact that the content of the letter was so horrifying, I would have suspected when I had written such a letter." Since even Feng Gui himself had said so, it was clear to see how well the forgery of this letter was done. It was enough to pass off as genuine. Qi Guanrang said, "When I first read the letter, I was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, I felt that something was wrong. There must be a villain behind this. Clan leader Feng, why don't you go back and check the people around you? I don't think there are many people who are familiar with clan leaders' writing habits." Feng Gui thanked Qi Guanrang sincerely. His trust had saved the Feng family from an undeserved calamity. If this matter reached Jiang Pingji's ears, she did not know what kind of disaster it would cause. The Feng family had been keeping a low profile all these years, but that didn't mean they didn't fight. There were too many changes in power in this chaotic world. Who could guarantee that a person who was in the limelight today would not be beheaded tomorrow? The Feng family was cautious in doing things. Even the sides they stood on were ambiguous. How could they openly communicate with Feng Ju to decide their stand? At present, the Feng family thought more highly of Jiang Pingji and had high hopes for Feng Jin. As long as Feng Jin had a firm foothold with Jiang Pingji and didn't lose her trust, would the Feng family have to worry about not having opportunities to develop in the future? How could the Feng family give up their principles and change their stance to Huang Song just because of Feng Ju? Just by thinking about it, one could tell that it was fake. It was just a setup by someone with ulterior motives. Feng Gui nodded his head solemnly in agreement. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he didn't even dare to ask about his third brother, Feng Ju. Qi Guanrang tried to sound them out again without batting an eyelid. He was only relieved when he confirmed that the Feng family was not a suspect. After Feng Gui left, Qi Guanrang called a few more people over and asked, "Is there anything strange about that woman?" Takshu was under strict supervision, but this woman's eyes were evil. Her pair of charming eyes could make ordinary people forget themselves. Those who were not strong-willed could easily be instigated by her. In order to prevent Takshu from escaping, Qi Guanrang ordered his men to build a small black house with green bricks. After they threw Takshu in, they sealed the exit, leaving only a small ventilation hole and a small door for food delivery. Even so, Qi Guanrang was still worried. He sent people to monitor Takshu in 3 shifts a day. The soldier reported, "There's nothing unusual." Qi Guanrang asked, "Nothing unusual?" He personally went over to interrogate her, but Takshu's reaction was cold. She had a cold and uncooperative attitude. "Lady Takshu, you have a master-servant relationship with our Lord. If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell us. Won't our Lord uphold justice for you?" Qi Guanrang tried to persuade Takshu. "This place is very safe. No one can threaten you." "You can." Takshu was not sure what he said. She snickered and said, "What master-servant relationship? That's a demon." Qi Guanrang was stunned. His expression darkened. He had given her face, but she did not take it. She had slandered his lord in front of him. Who gave her the courage? Takshu's voice suddenly rose. "The real Lu Shi has been possessed long ago. Now, this is just a demon who has thrown the world into chaos. Qiguan Rang's eyes darkened. He raised his right hand and waved his feather fan, indicating for the soldiers beside him to retreat. If they knew too much, they would die too quickly, Qiguan Rang said in a low voice. A man does not speak of strange powers and gods. What possessed demon? Lady Taksha's betrayal of her former lord is already a crime worthy of death. Now you are splashing dirty water on your former lord. This cannot wash away your sins. If you still want to live, you'd better confess obediently. Don't play any tricks. Taksha shrieked. The real Lu Shi has died long ago. Now this is a demon who has thrown the world into chaos. Ever since she's possessed, she has brought war wherever she goes. The earthquake in Shangjing was also caused by her theft of the nation's destiny. You're helping the evildoer. You'll die a horrible death. Qiguan Rang clenched his fists. The handle of the feather fan in his hand was almost broken. Taksha seemed to have regained her rationality. She snickered and said, "How much do you know about Lu Shi? I'm her personal servant. I know everything about her since she was young. Lu Shi is introverted and docile. She doesn't even dare to kill a mosquito, let alone kill a person. The real Lu Shi has been mistakenly killed by bandits a long time ago. Now, this demon is merely a dove occupying a magpie's nest and causing wars and massacres." Qiguan Rang did not speak. Taksha continued. That demon is extremely terrifying. She possessed someone else's body, stole someone else's family, and used Lu Shi's identity to do whatever she wants. I hate it. I hate it so much that I can't expose this demon. She even dared to plot for the destiny of the world. Those who are not of the same race are bound to have different intentions. You guys should be careful. Who knows, one day, she might not be able to hold back and show her fangs and kill all of you. Qiguan Rang said, "There's no evidence." Taksha smiled coquettishly and said casually, "If I remember correctly, Mr. Qiguan Rang is the son-in-law of teacher Wei Yuan. Haven't you heard him talk about what kind of person Lu Shi used to be? Wei Yuan was Lu Shi's teacher. What I said could be false. Could your father-in-law's words be fake? You've all been deceived by her. She's the demon who incited chaos in the world." Even though the saints did not speak of strange powers and gods, the ancients were still very superstitious. Otherwise, the emperor would not have used divine authority to fool the people. The 5 countries in the world had collapsed one after another, and there were endless wars. If ordinary people heard Taksha's words, they might not believe it. Who was Qiguan Rang? He was a man that the audience called Big Boss. How could he be brainwashed? It was ridiculous to blame the war and chaos on a demon. So what if Lu Shi was not the current lord? From the beginning to the end, the only person he regarded as a close friend was the current lord. You're more like a demon, aren't you? Qiguan Rang said in a low voice. It's a pity that your ability to bewitch people's hearts is not good enough. Since you blame the war and chaos on one person, that's the biggest flaw. If you have the time, learn well. Don't come out and show off your half-baked skills. Taksha was extremely embarrassed by Qiguan Rang's mockery. She's really a demon who possessed someone else's body, Taksha said. Old Master knows that too. That's why he's been so distant from her all these years. Chapter 1301. Taksha's eyes flashed with horror, but Qiguan Rang could not see it as she was in the dark room. Are you really not afraid that she is a demon who has possessed a body? In terms of eloquence, of course, Taksha was no match for Qiguan Rang. She simply did not want to humiliate herself. She could only think of another way. Let's not talk about whether he's a demon or not. Why should I question my lord just because of the one-sided words of a maidservant who abandoned her master? Qiguan Rang asked straightforwardly. Our lord is Rang's best friend. Who are you? You're just a maid who abandoned her master. On one side was the lord, and on the other was a maid who abandoned her master. Even a fool would know how to choose. Takshu, who was in the dark room, clenched her fists. Qiguan Rang's reaction was a blow to her. So what if she is a demon? Qiguan Rang said coldly. This only proves that humans are more chilling than demons. What was war? War was an act of extreme violence initiated by humans for their own or group interests. They reshuffled the cards and distributed resources through war. In the end, was it not the greed and desire of humans? Qi Guanrang had known Jiang Pingji for almost 10 years. In the past 10 years, he did not see her seek anything for herself. Instead, she had been contributing. If all the demons in the world were like that, would there still be war in the world? It would have become a paradise in the human world, Qi Guanrang said again. Compared to my lord, don't you think that you and the people behind you are more like evil spirits who bring disaster to the human world? Takshu seemed to be provoked and retorted angrily. Fool, the one I believe in is the real God who saves the world. The God you speak of is the one who hides in the side and secretly plots against my lord, but does not dare to appear in the open? Since he is God, why doesn't he use his supernatural powers to send down rain and win over believers? Does God also need to hide and not dare to show himself? Qi Guanrang sneered. My lord has never hidden her identity. If she is really a demon, why didn't any powerful people come forward to subdue her? Isn't it their duty to kill demons and devils? Comparing the two, isn't it obvious who is more shameful and who is the evil one? Takshu was speechless. She could not explain Qi Guanrang's continuous questioning. Could it be that Jiang Pingji the demon was so powerful that the god could only avoid her and secretly persuade the innocent people not to be bewitched by her? Qi Guanrang laughed when he heard that Takshu did not respond. Do you know what you're doing? If the topographic map in your hands falls into Fengju's hands, Wanzhou, where he has lived and worked in peace and contentment for the past 6 or 7 years, will be obliterated and trampled by iron hooves. No matter how disciplined Huangsong's troops were, how could they guarantee that they would not disturb or injure the people? You say that you are gods, but the things you do are no different from evil spirits. Bewitching Qi Guanrang was obviously a stupid move, because this person saw things more clearly than anyone else. How do you mortals know the will of God? For the sake of peace in the future, what's the harm in sacrificing a few mortals? On the contrary, fools like you have been adopted by the evildoers' small favors. You're simply too stupid. Takshu sneered. There was a hint of madness in her voice. Let's wait and see. A demon will always be a demon. One day, you'll regret what you said today. I'll be waiting. Qi Guanrang flicked his sleeves and left. He sent more men to keep an eye on Takshu and instructed the guards to ignore her crazy words. He could not be bewitched by Takshu, but it did not mean that ordinary guards were immune. This woman was a little strange. After returning, Qi Guanrang immediately wrote a long letter to Jiang Pingji, telling her in detail about Takshu's situation. Jiang Pingji did not know that something had happened behind her. She first learned about Meng Heng and the others' heroic act of burning hundreds of miles of fertile farmland. When she received the news, Jiang Pingji was leading her troops to fight with Huangsong's troops near Hu County. Just as she thought, Huangsong's troops used the tactic of delaying, harassing and sending troops to obstruct them. They never confronted them head-on. Therefore, there was not much progress on Jiang Pingji's side for 2 or 3 days in a row. Seeing that the Sanshan Valley was about to be lost, she was extremely irritated. The most obvious manifestation was that none of the enemies who fell into her hands had a complete corpse. Yangxi did not dare to argue in front of her. If Wei Xi had not remembered to give her special treatment every day, Jiang Pingji would have suffocated from holding her anger. They were careful not to offend her, but the salted fish in the streaming room did not have this worry. He said what he wanted and complained what he wanted. Not only did he not avoid it, but he repeatedly mentioned it in the bullet screen of the streaming room. Tingfeng Chui Xue Gao. I'm so angry. I was pressed to the ground to wipe the floor tiles while playing games. I feel so aggrieved while watching the streaming. Jiang Pingji was in a hurry to rescue the Sanshan Valley. She was in a hurry, but she was harassed and delayed by the enemy. It was very annoying. It was as annoying as being hit with various deceleration and immobilization debuffs in a game when you were in a hurry to save your teammates. Shizuo Jujiazi. Guess the game and profession based on the ID. I sympathize with the person above. You beggar Yueqiang. I feel the same. The more I watch, the more anxious I get. I had the urge to stuff the Maserati in the garage into the screen of the streaming room, pressed the streamer to sit in the driver's seat, and raced to the Sanshan Valley, relying on the 2 legs of a human and the 4 legs of a horse, coupled with the constant harassment of the enemy. When the streamer arrived, the corpses of Meng Hang's cousin would have rotted to the point of oozing corpse oil, right? Jianji Lianmu. Double-click 666. The person above is so rich. Pengji Chiawa. I have to remind you seriously, can the chassis of the Maserati withstand this kind of road? 850,000 salted fish gathered together. You can't expect them to not go astray. Often, the topic will go astray. Jiang Pingji felt annoyed just by looking at them. She simply turned off the bullet screen in the streaming room. Out of sight, out of mind. At that moment, a piece of news that was neither good nor bad came. A fire broke out near the Sanshan Valley. The fire spread and burned countless fertile fields. Fertile fields were burned? Jiang Pingji was surprised. How much was burned? The scout said. It said that the fire has been burning for 3 days and 3 nights. The losses are incalculable. Jiang Pingji knew that the fire was man-made. Meng Hung and the others had set it on purpose. Yang Si seemed to be mumbling, but he was actually speaking up for Meng Hung and the others. He said, we can't protect the grain, but we can't let Huang Song and the others take advantage of it. We have no choice. If Huang Song gets the fertile fields, he won't have to worry about the grain for the next year during the autumn harvest in 2 months. Huang Song had made Hu County the second place to fight for. Wasn't it for Hu County's grain? They were about to conquer the Sanshan Valley, but Meng Hung and the others did this. Yang Si was distressed about the grain and Huang Song at the same time. First, Yuan Xian was cheated by Hua Yuan of millions of grains. Then, Meng Hung cruelly burned hundreds of miles of fertile fields. They were really unlucky. Huang Song was speechless. Chapter 1302. Just as Meng Hung expected, the value of the grain to Jiang Pingji was far less than the elite troops she had trained with a lot of money. The grain could be replanted and harvested once a year at most. Who would she ask for the people if they were gone? It would take her at least 17 or 18 years to give birth to a child and raise the child to an age where he could fight a war. Jiang Pingji was considered wealthy. All the grain depots had prepared grain reserves for special periods. It would not be a problem to live frugally for a year. If the loss of the grain could be exchanged for their safety, then so be it. She could afford it. That was the confidence of a rich and powerful tyrant. She did not lack money or grain. She only lacked people. Everyone could guess what Jiang Pingji was thinking, but they were still worried that their lord would vent her anger on Meng Hung and the others. Regardless of the process, the result was that Meng Hung and the others lost Zhanghe County, burned countless fertile fields, and destroyed millions of autumn grain. If the lord really wanted to hold them accountable, Meng Hung and the others were not innocent. Han Yu thought for a while, but he kept a straight face. He stood up and said, "Congratulations, my lord." Congratulations? Jiang Pingji supported her chin with her hands, and turned to look at him. She frowned and said, "Why? What's there to congratulate?" The current situation was not bad, but it was not good either. Being forced by the enemy to burn hundreds of miles of fertile fields would not only hurt the enemy, but also hurt her own heart. Why was she happy? Jiang Pingji had seen too little tricks. Those who dared to say congratulations, at times like this must be bluffed. She was not familiar with this kind of trick, but the salted fish in the streaming room were very familiar with it. The salted fishes sat on the small stools and knocked on their bowls and chopsticks, waiting for Han Yu to reveal the riddle. Han Yu did not disappoint them. He analyzed in a deep voice. Huang Song divided his troops to attack Hu County. His purpose was to get the autumn grain that was about to ripen in Hu County. With the Sanshan Valley as the boundary, the fire continued for several days. Countless fertile fields were burned down. Huang Song spent a lot of energy, but only managed to get Zhanghe County. If Huang Song still insisted on attacking the Sanshan Valley, what else could he gain other than venting his anger? There were people in history who mobilized a large number of troops for the sake of personal feelings, but they were few and far between. Most of them did not end well. The battlefield was like a shopping mall. In the beginning, one would use up all their resources to fight, but after the battle was over, the The spoils of war would be the harvest. If the value of the spoils of war was far less than the resources paid for the war, then they would not be able to make ends meet, and no matter how big their family business was, they would still go bankrupt. The question was Huang Song's family business big? Could this family business support Huang Song to attack a territory that had already lost its value? The answer was no. Jiang Pingji knitted her brows and said, based on Bogeo's character, he won't make a losing deal. If Chenzhou had not been harmed by Jiang Pingji and Hua Yuan, Huang Song might have sent troops to vent his anger. Now he could only plan carefully. If the waves did not rise, they would calm them down. From this point of view, Meng Hung and the others were completely safe, because Huang Song had no extra energy to fight them. Han Yu said, Huang Song's vitality has been greatly damaged. Behind him, Chenzhou is in dire straits, and there's no progress in attacking Wanzhou. In Hu County there's only Zhanghe County left. It's almost a complete collapse. There's only one way for him to turn the situation around, to switch from offense to defense. Wait. Wait for what? Jiang Pingji thought for a while and asked tentatively. Wait for the autumn harvest. Harvest the autumn grain in Zhanghe County. Zhanghe County was quite a large area, and its geographical location was close to the man-made river. It was also the place that produced the most grain in Hu County. According to the statistics of previous years, there could be around 3 million don of grain. With the grain, the morale of the army could be stabilized, and they wouldn't have to worry about the lack of grain in winter. Huang Song would never give up on Zhanghe County. Han Yu nodded and said with certainty, yes, wait for the autumn harvest. He needs the autumn grain to revitalize the whole chessboard, but we don't. The situation of the war had changed several times, and Huang Song's life was tied to Zhanghe County. The autumn grain was crucial. For Huang Song, it was something that could prolong his life, but for Jiang Pingji, it was of little value. At this moment, it was Huang Song's turn to be on the defensive. Jiang Pingji understood what Han Yu meant, and some malice flashed in her eyes. Huang Song, who was in the distance, suddenly shivered. She smiled and said, Wenbin, you are right. This is indeed a good thing. Not only should I not punish Sergio, but I should also reward him. Han Yu's face stiffened. He only came out to put in a good word for Meng Hung, not to help him take credit. There was no need to blame him. The conversation between the two was short, and many viewers in the streaming room couldn't understand it. The turn of events happened without warning. At this time, it was the Chinese class representative's turn. Yizhan Qingxing. Isn't it easy to understand? The current situation is not in Huang Song's favor. To use a game analogy, he is being hit by bullets from all directions, and he can only survive. He can only rely on the bandage in Zhanghe County to recover his health. Only then can he have a chance to kill the streamer. After a round of fierce fighting, the streamer has taken the initiative of the battle from Huang Song. Taking the initiative means taking a certain advantage. Now the streamer can either stabilize the situation and find a chance to give Huang Song a fatal blow, or take the initiative to attack and beat Huang Song until he has no chance to use the bandage. Sanying Zhan Lubu. There is another option, which is to burn the bandage in Huang Song's hand. After the analysis of the Chinese class representative, the idle people finally figured out the situation. However, what the hell is burning the bandage? It's not enough to burn 100 miles of fertile farmland, but also to burn Zhanghe County? Jiang Pingji. Why not? When Huang Song learned that Meng Hung and the others had set fire to the farmland, he was so angry that he couldn't sleep for the whole night. His heart was burning with anger and all kinds of grievances. An emoticon could perfectly describe his current mood. I can't hold back my tears. I can't stand it anymore. Wow. JPG. However, Huang Song was a man who didn't easily shed tears. No matter how many tears he had to hold them back. The more he held them back, the more uncomfortable he felt. He was so angry that he lost his mind. He ordered Yuan Chong to lead the troops to attack the Sanshan Valley. Even if the land behind the Sanshan Valley was worthless, he still wanted to get back at them. Before the troops could accomplish their mission, the scouts in the rear caught a group of suspicious people. which scared Huang Song so much that he instantly regained his senses. The group of people were disguised as ordinary merchants, but they had hidden flint, black oil, and bales of dry firewood on the cart. When the patrolling soldiers found them, they were secretly smearing the black oil on the firewood and preparing to ignite the wheat field. The smell of the black oil was strong, and the patrolling soldiers followed the smell to find them. If not for the patrolling soldiers' sensitive noses and timely discovery, Zhanghe County might have been burned. Once the black oil was ignited, it was not easy to extinguish it. Hundreds of years ago, the ancestors of the northern borderline, the Qianggu tribe, built the Rattan armor army. They were burned to death by Prime Minister Huangfu with the black oil. When Huang Song learned of this, he immediately ordered a retreat. He couldn't afford to offend them. Lu Lanting's men were all crazy. Chapter 1303. Huang Song didn't know if Meng Heng was addicted to burning, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. Meng Heng was indeed Meng Zhan's son and Lu Shi's cousin. He was ruthless to his enemies and to himself. Huang Song was terrified. He sent a large number of troops to patrol every day to prevent suspicious people from burning the wheat fields. Jiang Pingji had a big family business and was very generous. He couldn't afford to let his subordinates burn millions of acres of fertile land. He came back to his senses and explained the pros and cons in detail to Cheng Jing and Huang Song. Cheng Jing sighed and could only suppress the thought of venting his anger. When the autumn harvest was over, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Before that, he had to bear with it. The originally tense atmosphere calmed down. Other than training every day, it was the repetitive patrolling and checking tasks. Not everyone liked boring tasks. Someone couldn't bear it anymore. Yuan Chong finished his training and noticed a familiar figure on the drill ground. His heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. It was Yuan Xian's eldest son, Yuan Kuang. Yuan Chong hesitated for a while and took the initiative to greet him. He didn't want Yuan Kuang to accuse him of being rude and arrogant. Yuan Kuang's face was gloomy and his eyes were burning. He didn't look friendly. Yuan Chong sighed in his heart. He finally understood the grievances of military advisor Nie Sun. Nie Sun was strangely bitten by the mad dog Yuan Xian. He was strangely bitten by the mad dog Yuan Kuang. The father and son were poisonous. Yuan Kuang took the initiative to challenge him. The weather is nice today. Why don't you practice with me? Yuan Chong felt uneasy. He didn't want to accept the challenge, but he couldn't embarrass his opponent in public. Okay, cousin, please. Although they were cousins, in reality, the two of them were already separated from each other. Their relationship was not close, and they did not speak much in the past. Yuan Kuang took after his father. Ever since he was young, he was always competitive and unwilling to admit defeat. When he was young, he was also fierce and aggressive. Yuan Chong usually took a detour around the other party, but he didn't expect to be blocked today. The two stood on the drill ground and cupped their fists. Before Yuan Chong could react, Yuan Kuang had taken the initiative and rushed forward with his sword. After 2 rounds, Yuan Chong's expression darkened. He realized that Yuan Kuang had developed a murderous intent towards him. This so-called sparring was aimed at his vitals. If it wasn't for Yuan Chong's solid martial skills, he would have been pierced through by the other party. The more they fought, the angrier he became. Yuan Chong forced Yuan Kuang back and asked in a low voice, "What is the meaning of this? Killing someone in public?" Yuan Kuang charged forward again, his moves becoming even more vicious, as if he wouldn't stop until he killed Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong was also infuriated. The two of them continued to exchange blows, and the shadows of their swords and sabers flashed continuously. The soldiers around the drill ground did not know that they were serious. Instead, they applauded and cheered. It was very lively. Yuan Kuang was getting more and more frustrated as he failed to take down Yuan Chong. He lost focus and gave Yuan Chong an opportunity to knock his weapon out of his hand. "Give me an explanation. If you don't give us an explanation, we will go to the Lord to judge." Yuan Kuang glared at Yuan Chong angrily. "If you didn't jump out to fight with me that day, I would have broken through the 3 Mountains Canyon. How would I have given the enemy the chance to burn hundreds of miles of farmland? Now look at the situation. Isn't it your fault that the Lord is in a passive position? Yuan Chong was stunned for a second and tried hard to digest Yuan Kuang's words. He laughed angrily. Things can change on the battlefield in an instant. What you said makes me laugh my head off. Yuan Kuang was really confident in himself. He led the army to break through the Three Mountains Canyon on the first day. Did he think he was a god? The Three Mountains Canyon was indeed easy to attack and hard to defend. But why didn't Yuan Kuang look at who was guarding the Three Mountains Canyon? The elite troops that had been trained with countless efforts were all useless. Even if Yuan Chong had the advantage of time, place and people, he didn't dare to say that he could break through the Three Mountains Canyon in a day. According to the calculations of the military counselors, it would take at least 4 days to break through the canyon. Didn't Yuan Kuang have any idea? If these elites were so easy to deal with, how could the Lord who led them become the strongest force in Dongqing? It was ridiculous for Yuan Kuang to blame himself for this. Yuan Chong secretly took a deep breath and suppressed the rising anger in his chest. He didn't want to poke a bloody hole in Yuan Kuang. Yuan Kuang glared at Yuan Chong. You can't do it, but it doesn't mean that I can't do it. He was very confident in himself. If he was the one who led the army to attack the Three Mountains Canyon that day, he would definitely be able to take it down and not give the enemy a chance to cause trouble. Yuan Chong, on the other hand, had made a military pledge at that time. What happened in the end? The Three Mountains Canyon was taken down? Yuan Chong was a gentle and low-key person. He didn't want to fight with others, but Yuan Kuang wouldn't let him go. He was very annoyed. Yuan Chong had no choice but to secretly ask Qing Jing for help and inform the Lord Huang Song through him. When Huang Song heard about this, he was even more annoyed. How did Qinzhou become like this? Wasn't it all because of Yuan Kuang's father, Yuan Xian? Yuan Kuang didn't reflect on himself and was a low-key person. He even jumped around everywhere, which was really an eyesore. Huang Song would show some mercy to Yuan Xian, but he wasn't so gentle to Yuan Kuang. He reprimanded him for his one-stop service. Yuan Kuang felt wronged. Because the Three Mountains Canyon was safe, Jiang Pingji didn't send troops to attack Zhanghe County. Instead, she planned to rest for a while and pay attention to the war situation in Wanzhou, waiting for the autumn harvest. If she fought Huang Song now, he could use 100% of his troops to deal with her. Naturally, she would be under a lot of pressure. During the autumn harvest, Huang Song would have to send troops to harvest food. If she sent troops again, Apart from this reason, Jiang Pingji led the troops for a long journey and fought a series of battles. Her troops were exhausted and needed some time to rest. Therefore, the front line in Hu County welcomed a strange period of peace. There was peace there, but the smell of gunpowder was still strong in other places. The most intense smell was the front line in Qinzhou and Sangzhou. Yuan Xian died, leaving a mess for Nie Sun to clean up. Unfortunately, Nie Sun couldn't cook without rice. He was criticized everywhere. Feng Jin didn't want to waste time here. Feng Jin didn't want to waste any more time, so he sent people to secretly spread rumors and spread the news of the food shortage in Qinzhou through the mouths of the children. When Nie Sun found out, the rumors had already spread to a large scale. There was no way to find the source. The grain stored in Qinzhou's granary was gone. The people within the borders were panicking. Those who had stored grain at home hid it well to prevent it from being forcibly taken away. Those who didn't had stored grain swarmed to the rice merchants to buy it. In just a few days, the rice merchants raised the price. The price of grain shot up like a rocket launcher. The people could only grit their teeth and buy it. The people who rushed to buy grain blocked the few long streets near the rice shops. As the crowd became more and more crowded, there was a stampede. When the sun set, the crowd slowly dispersed. Chapter 1304. The incident was so big that it inevitably reached Nie Sun's ears. Nie Sun stared blankly ahead, his eyes lifeless. The soldier who reported lowered his head in fear, feeling uneasy. After a while, Nie Sun still didn't move. The soldier plucked up his courage and looked up secretly. He saw Nie Sun holding his shoulder with one hand and holding the table with the other. His knuckles were white from the force and his pale forehead was covered in sweat. The soldier was stunned. He saw red and black blood seeping out of Nye-sun's clothes. He didn't care much and hurried forward to help Nye-sun. Nye-sun fell to the side. Medic! Medic! Help! Nye-sun's old injury reappeared. The wound on his shoulder that had just healed opened again. Fortunately, the wound wasn't long, otherwise it would be troublesome. After the doctor treated Nye-sun's wound, he gave the apprentices a prescription and asked them to get the medicine. Nye-sun slowly woke up. Is the military counselor awake? The deputy general who was guarding the bed shouted, and the other people also came over. Everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Nye-sun's face was pale and his eyes were confused. It took him a while to recover his memory before he fainted. He was calm and comforted everyone in a weak voice. I'm fine. I'll be fine after 2 days of rest. One of the deputies said angrily, if those profiteers didn't take the opportunity to make money from the disaster and raise the price of grain, the military counselor wouldn't have fainted. Merchants pursue profits, and those who are ambitious are few and far between. They're just a bunch of greedy people. As long as they make money, why would they care about anything else? The situation in Chinzhou wasn't good. Those businessmen didn't fear death and took the opportunity to make money from the war. What a bunch of black-hearted people. They're short-sighted. They only care about profit. Why would they care so much? Several deputies expressed their anger. They wanted to send troops to kill all the black-hearted businessmen in the city who raised the price of grain. The more they spoke, the angrier they became. Their voices grew louder and louder until the military doctor interrupted them. Generals, the military counselor needs to rest and shouldn't make a ruckus. You can come back tomorrow if you have anything to say. Nye-sun's skinny hand reached out of the quilt and waved weakly, signaling the doctor to stop talking. He asked weakly, what's the situation outside? A deputy general stepped forward and reported, the rice shop is still unwilling to budge. The price of grain has increased by another 10%. Ever since the news of Chinzhou's food shortage spread, rice merchants who had been hoarding food smelled a business opportunity. They took the opportunity to raise the price and sell old rice at a high price. Feng Jin did not send out many people to help. Instead, it was the rice merchants in Chinzhou who volunteered to help and acted as free tap water. They fanned the flames and caused a food shortage while peddling the stale rice in the warehouse at a high price. At this time, the price of grain was several times higher than usual. It could be considered a sky-high price and had long exceeded the purchasing power of ordinary families. Even so, the food supply was still insufficient to meet the demand. Basically, the moment it was put on the shelves, it was snatched up by the people who had lost their minds. The commoners who didn't have any stored food rushed to buy it, and the commoners who had stored food also followed the crowd, trying to buy more. The streets near the rice shop were tightly packed by the terrified citizens, and there was more than one stampede. Nye-sun was so angry that his old injuries acted up. Seeing that Nye-sun did not speak, the deputy general could not help but say, Advisor, what should we do now? Why don't we capture those merchants? Nye-sun asked him. The reason? If there was no suitable reason to arrest people, wouldn't it be indirectly admitting that there was a food shortage? An unconfirmed rumor made the people so crazy. If it was confirmed, the whole of Chinzhou would really be finished. The deputy general's face turned red from Nye-sun's questions, and he could not say a word for a long time. He really did not know what reason to arrest people. Another person said, these unscrupulous merchants took advantage of the chaos to raise the price of grain. Don't they deserve to die? Of course we have to arrest them, but we can't use this reason. Nye-sun closed his eyes weakly and said weakly, these merchants are selling old rice from a few years ago. Why don't we use another reason? For example, in order to sell the old rice they have hoarded to reduce their losses, they spread the rumor that Chinzhou is short of food to trick the people into buying food. What do you think? The few of them were happy. This was a good reason. They could openly punish those merchants, and at the same time, they could put the blame of the rumor on the merchants and obscure the current situation of Chinzhou's food shortage. As long as the people calmed down and didn't cause trouble, Chinzhou could still hold on for a month or two. One of the deputies said, we can delay it for as long as we can. In another month or two, it will be the autumn harvest. When the new rice is harvested, the food shortage will be solved. Nyesun nodded weakly. Everyone saw that he was tired and chose to leave. When they all left, Nyesun opened his eyes, and a bit of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. So what if they delayed it until the autumn harvest? Chinjo had been at war for several years, and the harvest within the territory could not be increased. There was no way to fill such a big food shortage. If Huang Song had some support, there might have been a chance. But Huang Song had given up on Chinjo. Otherwise, why hadn't Nyesun replied to the message he sent for so long? As smart as he was, he had already guessed Huang Song's decision, but he could not tell the truth to others. Chinjo was already in a precarious situation. If the soldiers knew about this, they would collapse overnight. Nyesun's response reached Feng Jin's ears. He smiled and said, "Nye Qingyun's reaction is not slow." Meng Hun shook his head and said, "I heard that when he heard the news, his old injury acted up again. I don't know how long his body can hold on." Feng Jin said, "It's still not enough." Meng Hun was surprised. "Not enough?" Feng Jin smiled and said, "Here's our chance." At this time, he naturally had to fan the flames and add fuel to the fire, so that Nyesun could not care about anything else. According to Nyesun's idea, the rice merchants in Chinjo who raised the price of grain and spread rumors were arrested, and the seized grain was sold to the people at a low price. Many people bought grain. When the others who were still watching saw this, they immediately lost the idea of buying, and the rumors collapsed. Nyesun was very clear that this was only a temporary solution. After a long time, the people would still find out. In order to stabilize the political situation, Nyesun had to deal with government affairs with his injury, and he had less than 4 hours of rest every day. The military doctor tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. He could only let Nyesun go. Since the old injury broke, Nyesun's condition was repeated. It was not that the military doctor's medical skills were bad, but that Nyesun did not follow the doctor's advice. Late that night, Nyesun's body began to heat up again, and he drowsily slept for half the night. When he woke up, the room was dark. He tried to open his mouth to call for someone, but his dry throat could not make a sound. He could only sit up with difficulty and stagger out of the door. Nyesun raised his hand and wiped his burning face. Even his breath was hot. "What is that?" He struggled to open his sleepy eyes and found that the sky in the distance was dyed with a layer of orange light. Chapter 1305. Fire? Where did it catch fire? Nyesun's groggy brain seemed to have been cut by something. He immediately sobered up and grabbed someone. Where did it catch fire? The person did not recognize Nyesun. He rushed to put out the fire with a bucket and replied hurriedly, "The granary caught fire." Nyesun did not come back to his senses for a long time, as if he did not hear what the person said. At this moment, the military doctor who was in charge of taking care of Nyesun realized that he was missing and hurried out to look for him. The military doctor rushed forward to support Nyesun. "Counselor, where did you go? You still have a fever." Nyesun grabbed the military doctor's arm and stared at him with bloodshot eyes. He asked word by word, "Where did it catch fire?" The military doctor's expression froze and he said awkwardly, "Counselor, your health is more important. Leave it for now. The generals have already sent people to put out the fire. It will be under control soon. Don't worry. Go back to the tent and rest. We'll deal with it tomorrow." Nyesun's voice suddenly became sharp and he asked sternly, "Where did it catch fire?" The military doctor answered with bloodshot eyes, It's the granary." Nyesun choked when he heard this answer. He saw the world spin and his vision went from bright to dark. Soon he passed out. The fire burned until dawn before it was extinguished. Less than 1% of the food was saved. On the afternoon of the second day, Nyesun finally crawled out of the gates of hell and slowly woke up. However, he was not as energetic as before. His eyes were haggard. The military doctor who took care of him also noticed that there were several strands of white and gray hair on his head. He looked much older. Counselor is awake. Counselor is awake." Nyesun was so tired that it was difficult for him to even speak. However, he forced himself to sit up and slowly looked at the crowd. The granary caught fire last night. Did you find out the cause? Because of the high fever, Nye-sun's throat was dry and hoarse. It did not sound like a man in his prime, but more like an old man in his 70s. The high-ranking officers looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward and answer. Nye-sun was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked at them coldly. He changed the question. Is the fire under control? One of the deputy generals stammered. It's already been destroyed. Nye-sun asked again. How much food did you save? The deputy general said. The fire was fierce last night, and the night wind was strong. In addition, the weather has been hot and dry recently. The fire was hard to contain. Nye-sun looked at him silently. The deputy general was ashamed under his gaze. He decided to say, the rations were badly burned. Not a single one of them survived. After he finished speaking, everyone stared at him accusingly. The military counselor was already in a very bad situation. If he didn't know how to speak tactfully, what would he do if he really angered the other party? Nye-sun did not faint. It was as if someone had pulled out his backbone. His back and shoulders had collapsed, and he looked dispirited. Not even 1 out of 100 survives, he muttered to himself repeatedly, which made people feel sad and uncomfortable. Originally, they could survive until the autumn harvest, and Chunjo could survive for a while. Unexpectedly, a fire burned all the rations they had. He let out a long sigh, knowing that there was no way to fight this battle. Chunjo had no other choice but to surrender. Nye-sun could stubbornly defend to the end, but could the soldiers with low morale endure hunger and defend Chunjo? He asked again. Did you find out the cause of the fire in the granary? Everyone looked at each other, and finally, one person stood up to answer. Yes, we found out. Nye-sun asked. What happened? In order to prevent the enemy from attacking the granary, Nye-sun sent a large number of soldiers to guard it. The patrols were rotated every 15 minutes, and the location of the granary was a top secret. How did the enemy still manage to burn the granary under such a strict defense? If it was not a man-made disaster, could it be a natural disaster? The deputy general stammered, and after a long while, he finally said a few words and slowly pieced together the whole story. This matter had to start from the time Nye-sun sent people to capture the black-hearted rice merchants. He used the excuse that rice merchants were selling old rice and creating trouble as an excuse to arrest many rice merchants and confiscate their grain reserves. Those who had the capital to hoard so much grain in troubled times and make a fortune from the war were naturally not small merchants. Among the rice merchants who were arrested, one was a rich man in Chunjo. His family had been doing business for generations and had accumulated a lot of wealth. In order to redeem his family, the rice merchant's younger brother was willing to exchange 200,000 don of grain reserves. As expected of a tycoon, 200,000 don in one go. Coincidentally, Chunjo was in urgent need of grain, so this business couldn't be missed. Nye-sun rubbed his eyebrows and thought hard. Finally, he found the relevant memory. This was also allowed by him. Although it was despicable for the rice merchants to take advantage of the situation to raise the grain price, many rice merchants had backers behind them. They were either owned by the local gentry or had business dealings with them. No matter how angry Nye-sun was, he couldn't kill them all. He could only make an exception and release them after paying a certain amount of ransom. The rice merchant's younger brother used 200,000 don of grain to redeem his older brother. However, he couldn't gather so much grain in such a short time, so he could only send it over from other places. The first batch of grain was 50,000 don. The other 150,000 don could only be settled with an IOU and a letter from his family. Nye-sun asked, 50,000 don of grain? Did you check it when it was stored? The deputy general said. All carefully checked. Every bag is real. 50,000 don of grain was a large amount. Naturally, they couldn't open every bag and pour it out for inspection. They could only do random checks. The cooks who carried the grain could also tell if it was real by touch. Unexpectedly, the grain depot caught fire that night. The night wind helped and the fire spread quickly. After fighting the fire for a whole night, there was not a single grain depot left. When the deputy general sent troops to catch the rice merchant, He had already escaped with his family last night. They couldn't even catch him. Sure enough, I still lost. Nye-sun curled his lips mockingly. The deputy general said helplessly, "Counselor, we still have to think of a way." Nye-sun smiled bitterly. "The grain we saved is not even enough for the soldiers to eat for a day or two. What's the use of thinking of a way? Unless the immortals could make grain out of thin air, there was no way to fight." At this moment, Nye-sun hoped that Feng Jin could lead troops to fight. At least he could drag a few people down with him before he died. However, Feng Jin didn't do as he wished. Not only did he not send troops to attack, but he also sent people to start a fire in front of the formation to cook. Feng Jin said, "It's not a loss to use 50,000 don of grain to exchange for Qinzhou." Meng Han laughed. "In order to curry favor with the Lord, that merchant not only doesn't want us to compensate for the 50,000 don of grain, but also wants to give us 200,000 don of grain." The situation in Dongqing was becoming clearer. These merchants also began to choose sides and invest. However, their lord was not so easy to curry favor with. Feng Jin said, "We have to ask the Lord whether we accept it or not." Merchants chased after profit, and those with ulterior motives were few. They only had profit and money in their eyes. Qinzhou saw that Xia Kingdom was about to collapse, and it was normal for the merchants with keen senses to take the opportunity to change sides. Feng Jin took advantage of the merchants' desire for profit, and took the opportunity to give Nye-sun a heavy dose of medicine. Chapter 1306. Even though Nye-sun did not want to surrender, the soldiers could only eat porridge for 2 consecutive days after their rations were destroyed. Rather than saying it was porridge, it was more like rice soup with a few grains of rice added. Other than the elites, many of the recruited soldiers secretly escaped, and more than half of them left overnight. Looking at the desolate camp, Nye-sun's mind was in turmoil. He was a patient and should have eaten better food. However, the military camp was short of rations and even his food was porridge. Are we really at the end of the line? Nye-sun sighed and raised his hand to finish the bowl of porridge. His stomach was empty and filled with water. 2 days later, more and more deserters and the security of the surrounding area suddenly declined. Many deserters were so hungry that they broke into people's homes to kill and rob. Many innocent people died in vain. Nye-sun wanted to stop them, but he couldn't. The people were angry and Feng Jin took the opportunity to open the city gate. Meng Han and the others led the troops and went straight in. The people hid in their homes and didn't dare to come out. Nye-sun had been hungry for 4 days, and could only tie his waist to reduce his hunger. The medicine provided by the military doctor also ran out. "Military counselor, it's not that I'm afraid of death, it's just that I have to take care of the elderly and children at home." The military doctor packed his bag and prepared to escape. Before he left, he was worried about Nye-sun's health. He felt guilty and said that he was going to escape. Nye-sun didn't blame him. Instead, he gave him a jade pendant which could be exchanged for some money. "Go." The military doctor was sad. Before he left, he bowed deeply to Nye-sun, and left without looking back. Because of his illness and hunger, Nye-sun soon fell into a coma. When he woke up, he smelled the fragrance of porridge. When he opened his eyes, the surrounding scenery was not the same as before. He was startled. A woman with a slight slope on her right foot came in. She wore her hair in a bun and her skin was a healthy wheat color. She didn't look as delicate as the women in the boudoir, but a little rough. However, she was in good spirits and there was a faint fragrance of medicine on her body. "You're awake. You haven't eaten for a long time, so you can't eat meat or fish. So, I asked someone to make you porridge and pour some gravy over it to make it more flavorful. Eat it first to fill your stomach." The woman was wearing a soldier's uniform. It was obvious that she was a female soldier. She was definitely under Lu Shi's command. Nye-sun looked at the woman, then raised his head to look at the decorations around him. He asked calmly, "I've been captured?" The woman smiled and said, "Mr. is not an ordinary person. He is not someone that ordinary captives can compare to." Nye-sun did not understand. The woman explained, "The prisoners of war in the camp can be chosen by retired female soldiers. Sir, you definitely don't want to go there. Nie Sun was silent. He knew there was such a rule in Jiang Pingji's camp, and it attracted a lot of criticism. Then you are? Nie Sun's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the female soldier with curiosity. The military doctor taking care of Mr.'s condition. Mr.'s fever didn't subside, and he almost didn't wake up. The woman put down the boiled medicine and got up to get something. She said, "My medical skills are not as good as those of famous doctors, but I'm much better than those quacks. Mister, you don't have to worry." Nie Sun looked down and drank the medicine that the woman brought. His mouth was unusually bitter. He resisted the urge to vomit and drank the meat porridge that made his thumb twitch. After the meat porridge entered his stomach, there was finally a warm and solid feeling in his stomach. Nie Sun took his medicine and ate his food. He did not seem like a captive at all. The female soldier did not mind telling him about the situation outside. Just as Nie Sun expected, Feng Jin seized the opportunity to break through Qinzhou in one fell swoop. Within 5 or 6 days, he occupied the entire territory. Everywhere he went, there was no resistance at all. The people even spontaneously led the way for him. Feng Jin also cleaned up the mess left behind by the previous leader. He allocated 300,000 dong of military rations and recruited the deserters who had previously escaped. Soon, the situation in Qinzhou was stabilized. When Nie Sun saw Feng Jin, his illness had improved a lot. When the weather was good, he could even walk a few steps. Feng Jin smiled and said, "Please forgive me for my poor hospitality over the past few days." Nie Sun looked at him silently, as if he wanted to see through Feng Jin. "How do you plan to deal with me? Sir is the Lord's cousin. As for how to settle you, we naturally have to report to the Lord," Feng Jin said. "Before that, please rest well. The military doctor has treated you. If you don't rest well, it will be easy for you to get sick in the future." Feng Jin's attitude was very gentle. It was impossible to tell that the two of them had been at odds not long ago. Nie Sun's eyelids were slightly closed, tacitly agreeing to Feng Jin's suggestion. "I heard that your wife is in the Yu family in Wanzhou. Chungyun seems to be Master Yuanjing's son-in-law?" Feng Jin asked even though he already knew the answer. He knew that Nie Sun was different from Chung Sun. The more he mentioned his wife and daughter's Yu family, the more Nie Sun's attitude changed. Chung Sun buried himself with his former master. Nie Sun would never do such a thing. Not to mention that Huang Song was not kind and had mistreated him many times. Nie Sun nodded and looked at Feng Jin with some desire in his eyes. Feng Jin said, "Master Yuanjing is the most respected scholar in Wanzhou. Who dares to offend him? Your wife brought her daughter to seek refuge with him. They will not be wronged. Sir, rest well now. When you see them in the future, they will not feel sorry for you." As they were talking, the military doctor who was taking care of Nie Sun came in with a change of medicine. She bowed to Feng Jin. Feng Jin bowed back and addressed her as Mrs. Dian. Nie Sun looked at the two of them in surprise. Feng Jin said, "This is General Dian's wife." Nie Sun was almost shocked. General Dian's wife? Dian Yan's wife? Mrs. Dian smiled and said, "Here, I am just a military doctor. There is no Dian's wife." Nie Sun had always been a very obedient patient. Now he was even more cooperative. Feng Jin made sure that Nie Sun had no intention of resisting. Only then did he leave with peace of mind. He only asked a few questions occasionally. He sent the news of the victory in Qinzhou to the front line. Huang Song was angry. Jiang Pingji smiled. "Huayu has taken Qinzhou. We can't fall behind. Let's try to finish it before the new year. Everyone should have a good new year." The decisive battle between the two forces was basically set for the autumn harvest. As the days passed, the atmosphere became more and more tense. When Huang Song learned that Qinzhou had fallen into Feng Jin's hands, he was so angry that his head hurt. Because Nie Sun was captured, he could not tell Huang Song the details of the battle in Qinzhou. Huang Song only knew the gist of it. Looking at the battle report, Huang Song's expression was very complicated. If Hua Yuan had not cheated Qinzhou of its grain reserves, Qinzhou would not have fallen so quickly. When he thought of Yuan Xian, that idiot, Huang Song was so angry that his teeth itched.
What the F***ck did he mean by tricking his teammates? After being angry for a while, Huang Song thought of Nie Sun again. His already complicated feelings were mixed. After a while, he let out a long sigh and raised his hand to put the battle report aside. Is there any progress on Huaiji's side? He needed a victory to boost his morale. Chapter 1307. Huang Song felt that the amount of sighs he had sighed recently was equal to the amount he had sighed for half his life. He was so worried that he was about to go bald. Cheng Jing said, Luxia has placed a large number of troops in Wanzhou. It will be very difficult for Huaijie to break through. Please wait patiently, my lord. Huang Song said, I know that too. Wanzhou was Jiang Pingji's nest. Although she was a wanderer, she still valued her nest very much. Otherwise, when she came back, she would find that her nest had been destroyed. Wouldn't that be a pain in the ass? If Wei Xi knew what these two people were thinking, he would probably laugh without saying a word. His Majesty in his previous life was really like this. The front line was fighting so hard that his nest was almost destroyed by Qi Guanrang. If it were not for the fact that she had returned in time, and that Qi Guanrang's old master was a headstrong fool, she would not have been able to keep her lair. Even so, she still lost a lot of territory. Fuming puffer. JPG in this life, Jiang Pingji asked Qi Guanrang to guard the base while she led her troops to war. Was this another form of retribution cycle? How strong was Qi Guanrang's defense? Back then, when Jiang Pingji had just taken over Xiangyang district, she was short of troops. The Tsingyi army sent thousands of troops to attack Xiangyang district. Qi Guanrang did not let the Tsingyi army gain any advantage, even though the city was empty. It had been 6 or 7 years since that incident, and Qi Guanrang had become more mature than before. In comparison, Feng Zhu was slightly younger. His experience was slightly inferior to the astute Qi Guanrang, but the gap was not huge. In a situation where the two of them were not too far apart in terms of ability, the soldiers under the tent played a decisive role in the outcome of the battle. Of the two sides, one was attacking while the other was defending. The defensive side's combat quality was far better than the attacking side. Qi Guanrang also firmly guarded the pass of Wanzhou, blocking all the routes that Feng Zhu could launch a sneak attack on. He sent troops to guard it strictly, so that the enemy could not advance an inch. He had changed his usual treacherous style. His defense was steady. No matter what tricks Feng Zhu used, Qi Guanrang did not budge. Feng Zhu tricked his troops? Qi Guanrang was indifferent. He did not fall for it at all. Feng Zhu would send his troops to fight head-on? That was good. The difference in quality between the two sides was too great. If the enemy came, they would only be asking for trouble. Feng Zhu had tried other methods, but Qi Guanrang had countered every move he made. The entire defense line of Wanzhou had been turned into an airtight iron bucket by this person. Feng Zhu had been shut out for several months in a row. Attacking by force didn't work. Scheming didn't work. Luring troops out also didn't work. It was too difficult. Fortunately, it was Feng Zhu. If it were someone else with less patience, they would have flipped the table and started cursing. Feng Zhu received news that his elder brother, Feng Gui, had stayed at the front lines for a short period of time. What is Big Brother doing at the front line? Feng Zhu couldn't help but wonder. Could it be Big Brother is Lu Xi? At the thought of this possibility, Feng Zhu subconsciously shook his head in denial. Based on the Feng family's way of doing things, it was impossible for Big Brother Feng Gui to become an official now. Because of this matter, he tossed and turned restlessly. Unexpectedly, Feng Gui stayed at the front line for 2 days before leaving. Feng Zhu. What was Qi Guanrang up to? After asking around, Feng Zhu finally found out why Feng Gui had appeared at the front lines. It was because of a letter. This letter was said to be written by Feng Gui to his third brother, Feng Zhu. The contents of the letter indicated that he was willing to lead the Feng family to pledge allegiance to Huang Song and work together to help Huang Song succeed. Feng Zhu had come to the front lines for no other reason than to explain and prove his innocence to Qi Guanrang. Feng Zhu was stunned. He wasn't stupid. How could he secretly persuade his elder brother to lead the Feng family to pledge allegiance to Huang Song? If he really did that, his elder brother would be the first to expel him from the family and sell him to Qiguanrang. Fengju was a rebel, but he wasn't someone who wouldn't recognize his own family. How could he persuade his family to betray Jiang Pingji when Huang Song was obviously at a disadvantage? His family wouldn't agree to it. This was an extremely risky matter. Who would be willing to take the risk? Fengju's actions would harm the entire Feng family. Therefore, the existence of this letter was rather curious. Could this conspiracy theory be a self-directed act by Qiguanrang to test the Feng family's attitude and stance? Fengju didn't know the complicated plot of Takshu and Lu Shi's family. Therefore, his conspiracy theory was the most logical. This Qiguanrang is very evil. Qiguanrang. He had inexplicably become a scapegoat. As time passed, the day of the autumn harvest was getting closer and closer. There was still no breakthrough on Fengju's side. His most successful attempt was to break through the city gate. Unfortunately, the enemy's soldiers were not afraid of death. They used their flesh and blood to resist the attack, which bought them some time. Hundreds of war chariots blocked the gate. Seeing this, Fengju had no other reaction other than to sigh. Looking at his own troops, their morale fluctuated. Looking at the enemy's troops, even though the defense line was about to be broken, they didn't have the intention to escape or retreat. Instead, they became braver as they fought. Fengju had an unprecedented strong thought. It was infuriating to compare oneself with others. He really wanted to pull these people back and train them again. It was inconvenient to send letters at the front lines. After a few twists and turns, Qiguanrang's secret letter still reached Jiang Pingji's hands. She checked if there were any traces of the seal being opened. Then, she opened the secret letter and took out the letter inside. Takshu. Jiang Pingji read the contents of the letter quickly. Takshu's appearance, which she hadn't seen for many years, appeared in her mind. Back then, she noticed that Takshu was acting strangely. She simply kept Takshu under her eyes and monitored her. Then, she sent her back to Lu Shi's side. Lu Shi also acted as a matchmaker for Takshu. He let her marry into a well-off family. To put it bluntly, Takshu was just an ordinary person. She was a chess piece manipulated by the main system through Lu Shi's hands. No matter what, she had taken care of Lu Shi and Jiang Pingji for many years. As long as she didn't commit an unforgivable crime, Jiang Pingji was willing to let her go and let her die of old age. Unexpectedly, Takshu still courted death and ran out. She was really stubborn. Some disgust flashed in Jiang Pingji's eyes. If it weren't for Qiguanrang, Takshu's letter would have been leaked. Not only would it have driven a wedge between her and the Feng family, but it would also have caused her to go against Lu Shi in advance. At the same time, the map that Takshu had smuggled out of would have caused a devastating blow to the defense line in Wanzhou. She burned the letter after reading it. Just as the letter was burned to ashes, someone outside reported that Wei Xi had arrived. Let Zixiao come in. Wei Xi was holding a food box in his hand. Jiang Pingji only then remembered that it was time for dinner. What did you burn, my lord? Wei Xi smelled the strange smell of burnt paper in the air, and asked casually. Jiang Pingji said, when Zheng sent a secret report from the front lines. Wei Xi glanced at Jiang Pingji's expression. She looked gloomier than usual. He had expected it. Could it be that Wanzhou? Jiang Pingji shook her head. No, it's not about the war. Wei Xi didn't ask any more questions after hearing that. He took out the food box. There was a vegetable, a meat dish, and a soup. At the bottom shelf was a large pot of freshly cooked white rice. My lord, eat it while it's hot. Jiang Pingji began to eat. Her irritation subsided with the sense of fullness produced by her stomach. Zixiao's culinary skills are really getting better and better. It's just that there are fewer dishes, so it doesn't go well with the rice. Wei Xi said. My lord often says that I'm a feast for the eyes. Don't tell me that I'm not as good as those dishes? Jiang Pingji froze in the middle of eating. Chapter 1308. The salted fishes kept cheering for Wei Xi, double-clicking 666, my friend. Other people either treated the streamer as a brother or a man, but Wei Xi dared to face the man head-on. He was simply a role model in the brave world. In the past, she had always felt that Wuxia was too introverted and delicate. Now that she had seen him, he was amazing. His foundation in flirting with girls was very deep. The single dogs were unhappy that they were being fed dog food even though they were watching a live broadcast. Xingyue Tianyan. Kick this pot of sour dog food full of love. Handsome lowly. The single dog rejected the dog food and threw it back. Shiyu. I was caught off guard by a mouthful of dog food. Baby refuses to accept this dog food. Zuixian. Ha ha ha, a counterattack from the frog. Has the host been flirted with by the traveling frog? The salted fishes who were watching the commotion giggled, but the older salted fishes who insisted on being single felt threatened. Little Gong. No, don't you think that the host and Beauty Ci have been flirting with each other too frequently recently? What frequency was that in the past? Rain after a long drought. If not for the fact that the streamer would occasionally talk about Wuxia, they would have suspected that the streamer and Wuxia were already dead. What kind of frequency was that? Just like high school students, there would be a small test every 3 days, a big test every 5 days, and a monthly test every month. Yuzishu. Sai, the streamer is no longer the single dog who is single with us. You have been expelled by the Single Dog Alliance. Yaoing Yun. Even frogs know how to flirt. There's no place for single dogs in this world anymore. Jiang Pingji couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, she swallowed the mouthful of rice in her mouth, otherwise, she would have lost her composure. Wuxia readily took the empty bowl that she handed to him, and filled it to the brim. He even pressed the bowl down a little. Jiang Pingji's appetite was several times that of an average adult man. Wuxia was already used to it. He was not worried that she would eat too much. Instead, he was worried that she would not be full. In his previous life, His Majesty had a serious stomach disease. The imperial doctor said that it was caused by a long-term improper diet. In this life, he had to keep a close eye on him. He could not allow this person to act recklessly. What is my lord laughing at? Wuxia asked. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, in the past, I always felt that Zixia was a little dull and passive. Now that you've let go of yourself, it's really an eye-opener. Wuxia smiled. It also depended on who the target was. Jiang Pingji covered her eyes with both of her hands. Her lips curled up slightly as she teased him. Zixia, don't laugh. I feel uncomfortable every time you seduce me. Wuxia's smile froze. His jade-like skin was stained with a suspicious redness. In terms of boldness, he was still far behind Jiang Pingji. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded. One by one, they were so angry that they turned into pufferfish, turning their grief and indignation into the power of ridicule. The bullet screen flooded the entire screen. Couldn't they just watch the live broadcast properly? Couldn't they wait until the end of the live broadcast to tease each other and feed each other dog food? Jiang Pingji refused. Who asked the salted fish in the streaming room to always say that Zixia was their brain woman. She wanted to show them who Wei Zixia belonged to. The idle spectators were left speechless. Jiang Pingji closed the streaming room on time and wrote a reply to Qiguan Rang. She carefully reminded him of the things he needed to pay attention to. Takshu was just a useless chess piece. The main system had thrown her out just to give it a try. If she succeeded, Jiang Pingji's hegemony would definitely be dealt a blow, and her progress would be temporarily halted. If she failed, she would just be sacrificing a dispensable chess piece. The main system would still be well hidden. Poor Takshu was still clueless. Thinking of Qiguan Rang's description of Takshu's appearance and demeanor, Jiang Pingji felt even more disgusted with the main system. Even if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she could guess what method the main system had used to bewitch Takshu and make her work for it step by step. Someone send this secret letter to military advisor Qiguan of Wanzhou as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Jiang Pingji had asked Wen Zheng to guard Wanzhou, not because she was worried that he couldn't withstand the hardships of marching troops. Qiguan Rang was her confidant and confidant. There were some things that she didn't even tell Wuxia, but Qiguan Rang was in the know. It wasn't that she didn't trust Wuxia, it was just that Wuxia and Qiguan Rang had different personalities. The latter was more suitable to do this. Moreover, Wanzhou seemed peaceful, but in fact there were hidden thieves and hidden dangers. She needed Qiguanrang to help her keep an eye on them. After she dealt with Huangsong and recuperated for a while, she would send troops to Nansheng. The situation in the world was basically under her control. She didn't believe that the main system, who was hiding behind the scenes and waiting to reap the benefits, would be able to endure it. As the autumn harvest approached, the hot weather became cooler. Jiang Pingji sent scouts to investigate everywhere, keeping a close eye on the situation of the fertile fields. Huangsong was also on guard against a formidable enemy. An invisible tension hovered between the two armies. At this sensitive moment, an unexpected person appeared in front of Jiang Pingji. On this day she had nothing to do, so she led the troops to the nearby mountains for an autumn hunt. The prey was the fattest at this time of year. The food in the army wasn't good enough, but she didn't give herself any special privileges. She ate whatever the ordinary soldiers ate. She was bland and bland. Even with a beauty like Wuxia watching her eat, Jiang Pingji lamented that there was too little food recently. Thinking that it was almost the autumn harvest, and it was a good time for hunting, she wanted to lead the troops out to hunt. Everyone naturally stopped her. Wasn't she afraid of being ambushed and killed by the enemy if she went out to hunt at this time? Jiang Pingji raised her hands and promised, "I won't go far. I'll only hunt in the forest near the camp. I'll hunt some small animals. I won't touch wild boars, wild bears, jackals, wolves, tigers, or leopards. I'll also go out with more than 100 guards. If I encounter anything wrong, I'll come back immediately." After much persuasion, Wuxia and the others finally relented. Jiang Pingji didn't wait for them to go back on their words. She whistled for Little White, jumped onto the horse and ran. "I've been too bored recently. I finally found a chance to get some fresh air." Jiang Pingji's words were directed at the audience in the streaming room. Qin Gong, who came along, misunderstood and thought that she was talking to him. Qin Gong held it in for a long time before he squeezed out a sentence. He stiffly interceded for the military counselors and generals. "The gentlemen are also worried about the Lord." Salted Fish in the streaming room answered with a smile. "Rusu Luo Mao. Qin Gong is young, so he still doesn't understand the streamer's combat power. If the streamer is released from prison, the unlucky ones will be others." Qingqing Jiheyi. Jiang Pingji nicknamed Jiang Ritian in the martial world. She's a woman who can do whatever she wants. Qin Gong is too young. Pia Pia Wiang. Let me say something inappropriate. I suddenly remembered that a certain prince was also a hunting enthusiast. When he went hunting, he didn't bring anyone with him. In the end, he was assassinated by Su Gong's right-hand man with a poisonous arrow. Streamer, don't raise this flag. You have more enemies than a prince. Rather won't take a postgraduate exam. If the streamer was assassinated by someone with a poisonous arrow, then the plot would be really amazing. Jiang Pingji glanced at the bullet screen and tilted her head to look at Qin Gong with a smile. "What are you worried about? Are you worried that I'll be assassinated by a poisonous arrow that suddenly shoots out from the forest?" Chapter 1309. Look at how scared you are. I won't bully you anymore. Jiang Pingji smiled. You've all been plotted against, but I'm still alive and kicking. She didn't use her mental strength to deal with ordinary people, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't use it for her own benefit. She would know anyone who stepped into her mental strength field. She had a range of 10 miles, and this was a distance that she deliberately reduced. Who could shoot arrows from so far away? Stabbing people in the dark? There was no such thing. Qin Gong wiped the sweat off his forehead and said seriously, "My lord, my father used to say that the gods are watching over us. Some things can't be said casually. It can easily come true. My lord will naturally live a long life, but there are evil spirits hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to cause trouble." Jiang Pingji teased, "Feng Jing still believes in this?" Qin Gong told the truth. "I'd rather believe it than not." Jiang Pingji didn't comment, but she also knew that these little princesses were relatively timid, so she didn't want to scare them. In her mental strength field, all living creatures had nowhere to hide. Naturally, she would hunt accurately. She completely forgot her previous promise to everyone. She wouldn't touch wild boars, wild bears, or jackals, tigers and leopards. She specifically picked those fierce ones. The big guy took 4 nests of wild boars. A family should be neat. The big wild boar and the small suckling pig were all graciously accepted. Qin Gong was stunned. He didn't know whether to say that his lord's archery skills were superb, or that she was extremely lucky. The other guards could only follow behind Jiang Pingji and act as porters to carry the prey. Looking at Jiang Pingji's excited look, it seemed that she was going to plunder the entire mountain. Jiang Pingji hunted another 2 big bugs with white brows and eyes. The 2 big bugs, one male and one female, had just eaten and drunk their fill. They lay down and dozed off beside the skeletons of their prey. They woke up when they heard the movement. Qin Gong was about to say that the big bugs were dangerous, but his lord pointed at the fur of the big bugs. The quality of this fur is quite good. We can peel it off and make a cloak. We don't need rabbit fur for our winter cloaks this year. Qin Gong did not know that when Jiang Pingji was in Langjie County, others saw that she was mighty and bold. She did not show any mercy when she hunted the big worms. They compared her to a brave general of the previous dynasty and gave her the nickname, chasing the tiger across the ravine. She ran into the tiger, so she was definitely not the one who escaped. Animals were more sensitive to smells than humans. They stared at Jiang Pingji and soon wanted to retreat. Qin Gong watched in a daze as the 2 white-fronted worms turned around and ran. His lord chased after them without a word. Qin Gong. He was absolutely sure that the military counselors did not need to worry about his lord. Instead, they should worry about the animals in the forest. When the lord came, the animals in this area would have to be sterilized. Before Qin Gong and his men could catch up, they heard the shrill roars of the 2 white-fronted insects, and soon, there was no more movement. Everyone watched as Jiang Pingji carried a large worm in one hand. Her long tiger tail and half of her body were dragged on the ground. Jiang Pingji shouted with a natural expression, "Come here and give me a hand. Don't ruin this good tiger skin. I need to give it to someone else." Qin Gong. Ever since Qin Gong could draw a half-stone short bow when he was 7 or 8 years old, his father and 2 brothers often took him out to hunt. His father and brothers were hunting enthusiasts. Qin Gong had seen all kinds of hunting postures, but he had never seen his lord's style. He glanced at the dead bodies of the 2 large worms and immediately understood how they died. His lord had crushed them to death with her bare hands. Jiang Pingji saw that he was in a daze and teased, "Do you want the tiger penis?" Qin Gong said, "No, my lord, you keep it to nourish your body." Jiang Pingji could not help but say, "That is an aphrodisiac. What's the use of eating it?" Qin Gong blinked his eyes in confusion. After a while, he realized that his lord was a woman. How could she say the words, "Do you want the tiger penis," so naturally? He vaguely thought that she was a friend of the same sex joking with him. Jiang Pingji carried the entire team. Most of the prey was hunted by her. Qin Gong's spoils of war were only pitiful musk deer and wild rabbits. Qin Gong was already so pitiful. Needless to say, the other guards were even more pitiful. The group of people carried their prey back to the military camp, as if they were robbing a forest. "Today we'll make meat dishes. Skin the 2 large worms. Send the bones and meat to the kitchen to be boiled into meat soup for the soldiers." The weight of the 2 large worms was considerable. Ordinary soldiers could still drink the meat soup and have a taste of it. Jiang Pingji had too much prey. She only took a portion of it. Most of it was given to the soldiers, and a portion was given to the little princesses. "Where are Zixiao and the rest?" Jiang Pingji asked casually. A deputy general replied, "My lord, there are envoys from Nansheng. The military counselor is receiving them." "Envoys from Nansheng?" Her mouth was quite vicious. She said bluntly, "Isn't Nansheng long gone? Where did the envoys come from?" The deputy general said, "I heard that they are envoys from Nansheng's in Shui." Not long after Jiang Pingji left to hunt, the patrolling scouts found a group of suspicious people and immediately stopped them. The other party took out the official diplomatic documents. The scouts did not dare to neglect them. They immediately brought them back and reported the matter to Wuxia and the rest. And Chui? I have some impression. What's the name of the envoy? What's the purpose of their visit? The deputy general shook his head. He still did not know. Jiang Pingji simply spread out her spiritual force field, which allowed her to discover a rather strange mass of spiritual energy. In her spiritual force field, everyone turned into a mass of spiritual energy. Through the mass of energy, she could roughly determine the mental state of the other party. Most people were complete and mellow, but that person was different. His mental state was extremely active and unstable, and there was a tendency for him to split. Jiang Pingji immediately guessed the identity of the envoy. She smiled and said, Hua Yuan tricked Huang Song. Why didn't he go back to Chui's lair to hide and lay low for a while? How dare he swagger around and parade around the city? Is he too confident in himself, or does he not want to live? She guessed correctly. The envoy was none other than Chui's strategist, Hua Yuan. He was the man who had tricked millions of dawn of grain in Chenzhou without bloodshed. When Wuxia heard that Hua Yuan had come to visit, he was also surprised. Because the people and matters in this life were different from the previous one, Wuxia reacted quickly. He prepared to receive the envoy group that Hua Yuan had brought. He also wanted to test Hua Yuan's intentions. This fellow couldn't be unsatisfied after tricking Huang Song. Would he turn around and trick his lord? Wuxia thought that he would never see Hua Yuan again in this life. He did not expect the two of them to reunite under such circumstances. After all, they were colleagues in the previous life. Wuxia was more familiar with the states of Hua Yuan's personalities. He could determine which personality it was just by looking at the other person's appearance. The Hua Yuan in front of him was dressed very cleanly. He looked a few years younger than his actual age. His black hair was tied up with an exquisite crown. There was a faint scent of incense wafting from his body. It smelled good but was not cloying. His clothes were neat and tidy. The materials and workmanship were very particular. Chapter 1310. The Hua Yuan that Yuan Xian saw was run down and reeked of alcohol. He couldn't even use a cloth to tie his hair, and could only use a straw rope. His clothes were dirty, smelly, and ill-fitting. The lapels of his shirt were loose, revealing his chest. One could not help but suspect that he was a refugee. If the Hua Yuan that Yuan Xian saw was a rundown vagrant, the Hua Yuan that Wuxia saw was a well-behaved son of an aristocratic family. Logically speaking, it should be Hua Yuan's primary personality. As far as Wuxia knew, Hua Yuan's personality was somewhat complicated. He could act in a family drama all by himself. Hua Yuan himself, Hua Yuan's elder brother, who tricked Yuan Xian. Hua Yuan's deceased wife's lover, father, mother. In addition to these messy personalities, there was also a rarely seen person hidden in his body that was no less threatening than his second personality. It was the person in front of him. Hua Yuan's primary personality was a rather elegant son of an aristocratic family. Although he was weak and incompetent, his appearance was very deceiving. But the person in front of him was different. He had a fierce look in his eyes and always gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. Wuxia could recognize him at a glance because he had left too deep an impression on him in his previous life. This person was also the core force that supported Chui in slaughtering 630,000 people from the four factions of Nanman. Wuxia was naturally in opposition. In order to persuade Chui, he persuaded him several times. The last time, he even argued with Hua Yuan. In terms of eloquence, Wuxia naturally won, but he greatly underestimated the danger of Hua Yuan's personality. The personality in front of him rarely appeared. He called himself the son of General Hubin, Guchun. His appearance also came without warning. That time, Wuxia and Hua Yuan parted on bad terms. He was about to leave the government office when someone suddenly covered his mouth and nose and dragged him into the side hall. That was the first time Wuxia encountered Hua Yuan's personality. The other party was extremely strong. No matter how Wuxia struggled, he could not break free. His neck was violently strangled. Wuxia thought he was going to die there. Fortunately, a servant passed by and Wuxia desperately made some noise. Who's there? The servant who was cleaning asked in surprise and pretended to come in to check. Hua Yuan released the hand that was strangling Wei Si's neck. Before he left with a cold gaze that made people shudder. Count yourself lucky. Anyone who stands in the way of my revenge against the South deserves to die. If you want to live, don't block my way. At that time, Wei Si was half dead from being strangled. He was suffering from a severe lack of oxygen, and his eyeballs were so bloodshot that they were about to pop out of their sockets. He looked extremely terrifying. Who are you? Wei Si was very sure that he had never seen Hua Yuan like this. Gulin, who was green. Wei Si spent a lot of time looking for information about this person, until one day, he heard Bai Ning mention his master, Ge Chun. In the last years of Nansheng, General Hu Ben Ge Chun went on a punitive expedition against the 4 factions of Nanman. He made many military achievements and was regarded as the Nansheng god of war. Although Ge Chun's meritorious service shocked the emperor, she was loyal and devoted to the emperor. She helped the emperor eliminate many enemies that were an eyesore, and thus offended many nobles and aristocratic families. Some people instigated the relationship between the emperor and Ge Chun. The emperor was not a wise ruler who could distinguish between loyalty and treachery, so he more or less became suspicious. The political enemies framed Ge Chun, using the excuse of delaying the reinforcements and the supply of supplies, causing Ge Chun to be ambushed by the 4 factions of Nanman. Through Bai Ning, Wei Si found out that Ge Chun did not die. He was lucky enough to escape and become a beggar. Ge Chun escaped death, but his family was not so lucky. Instead, they were accused of groundless crimes. On the way, Ge Chun's family was ambushed by the barbarians of the 4 factions of Nanman, and died a miserable death. Hearing this news, Ge Chun was disheartened and became a beggar. In the end, he met the young Bai Ning and received his financial support. Bai Ning learned Ge Chun's skills and treated him like a father. After Ge Chun died of illness, he even organized the funeral for the old man. This Gulin was Ge Chun's eldest son. In the year of the incident, Gulin had just been married for 2 years, and his wife gave birth to a big fat boy. Gulin did not have time to experience the peaceful life of a family, before his whole family died tragically in the hands of the Nanman. Hua Yuan's personality called himself Gulin, so his hatred for the Nanman made sense. Wei Si had only seen Gulin twice in his previous life. The first time was when he almost choked Wei Si to death, and the second time was when Chui slaughtered more than 638,000 Nanman people. Gulin had people bring over the 1-year-old children of the Nanman tribes, and threw them to the ground with his own hands. Wei Si was about to go mad when he saw the tragic scene. He still remembered the way Gulin laughed as he threw the children. If the children did not die, he would have stepped on them. Not long after the 4 factions of Nanman were destroyed, Chui's power declined greatly. His line of defense was empty, and His Majesty sent troops south to take advantage of the situation. Chui committed suicide, and Hua Yuan disappeared. Wei Si secretly searched for him, and later found him in Nanxing Ningzhou. At that time, Hua Yuan had become a complete lunatic. He did not notice when the children in the nearby villages played with and bullied him. The villagers nearby pitied him, and occasionally gave him some money. However, the naughty children went too far. Not only did they give Hua Yuan rotten eggs, dead rats, cockroaches, and bedbugs, but they also gave him pig dung as food. The silly Hua Yuan did not know anything, and thought it was food, so he ate it. When the children saw him eat it, they laughed and threw stones at him. Wei Si could not bear to see this, and wanted to take care of Hua Yuan. Unexpectedly, Hua Yuan's body was found the next day, dead in front of his deceased parents' grave. Of course, that was all history from his previous life. Hua Yuan in this life was an enemy, and so was Gulin in front of him. Wei Si received Hua Yuan as if nothing had happened, and tested him without batting an eyelid. If it was Hua Yuan, he could get some information out of him, but the personality that had appeared was Gulin. Gulin was not good with words and looked very quiet. The companions who had come with Gulin also noticed the abnormality, and suddenly felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They were afraid of Hua Yuan, because Hua Yuan was a demon who could change his personality at any time. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was like a ghost. However, Chui valued Hua Yuan, and they could not resist. Wei Xi's expression did not change, but he was surprised at Gu Lin's motive. Gu Lin had first appeared because Wei Xi had stopped Chui from slaughtering the 4 factions of Nanman. The second time was to take revenge by throwing the children. What about this time? What was the reason this time? Little did they know that Gu Lin's personality was the son of a tiger general, and he was most familiar with the military camp. People with split personalities had unusually active and unstable mental energy, which also caused their mental perception of the outside world to increase. The military camp was Jiang Pingji's territory, and the mental aura that she left behind stimulated Hua Yuan's mind. Gu Lin had appeared out of self-defense. Hua Yuan's split personality was a little different. The main personality did not know the movements of the other personalities, but the other personalities knew the main personality. Gu Lin knew that Hua Yuan had come as a messenger, but he was not good with words, so he could not complete the mission on Hua Yuan's behalf. Chapter 13:11. I wonder when Lord Lanting will be back. Gu Lin felt uncomfortable. He didn't like staying there, as if there were countless eyes staring at him. Wei Xi said, "My lord is out hunting. It's about time he's back. If you're in a hurry, I'll ask around for you." Han Yu was still busy, Xie Zhe and Jiang Nongqin were training the soldiers, and Yang Xi was nowhere to be found. Wei Xi was about to send someone to pass the message when Gu Chun shuddered. His eyes were filled with fear as he stared at the exit of the tent. Before he could figure it out, he heard familiar footsteps coming from afar. It seemed to be accompanied by an invigorating vitality. "Zixiao, I heard there's a delegation visiting?" Gu Chun heard the voice before he saw the person. He was like a beast that had encountered a strong enemy. His back was drenched in cold sweat. "Greetings, my lord." Wei Xi stood up and bowed. Gu Chun also bowed. "Greetings, Lord Lanting." Jiang Pingji knew who it was at first glance. After all, the mental state of a person with a split personality was too obvious. She couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. "This is..." Wei Xi took the initiative to introduce Jiang Pingji. Jiang Pingji walked to the seat of honor and sat down. She asked Gu Chun casually, "What did Chui send you here for?" Gu Chun froze on the spot. He was born into a family of generals. He didn't like small talk. It was better to leave it to the professionals. Jiang Pingji clearly saw that Hua Yuan's mental state was active again. Several mental groups were squeezing each other, showing signs of splitting again. After a while, Jiang Pingji knew that Hua Yuan's personality had changed. His eyes were not as serious as before. Instead, they were frivolous. His standing posture was not as straight and strong as before. He bowed respectfully to Jiang Pingji and said a lot of formulaic things. Jiang Pingji's eyes lit up. Hua Yuan's personality disorder was interesting. He could switch personalities seamlessly. This personality was the culprit that made Yuanqing cry. Hua Yuan's elder brother. Gu Chun finally squeezed back and kicked Hua Yuan's second personality out. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. Just tell me what Chui wants. Jiang Pingji listened for a while, then waved her hand disinterestedly. She stared at Hua Yuan and said bluntly, "I've heard of your heroic deeds in Qinzhou. Chui got this huge sum of money for nothing. Don't tell me you're still poor?" Hua Yuan was not embarrassed. He said righteously, "Duke of Lanting, you're wrong." Jiang Pingji asked, "What did I say wrong?" Hua Yuan said, "If I hadn't taken the millions of grain stored in Qinzhou, how could the Duke of Lanting have gotten them so easily? So Chui feels that this deal is a loss and wants me to pay for the labor." Jiang Pingji teased him with a smile. "Master Hua Yuan came all the way here to help me succeed. This is indeed a favor. What does Chui want?" Jiang Pingji was a straightforward person. She did not have the patience to explain things clearly in a few words. She had to use a long speech to probe. Chui had not sent Hua Yuan over to exchange pleasantries. There had to be a reason. If an ordinary person had been questioned by Jiang Pingji so rudely, They would have blushed and covered their faces in embarrassment. It was not shyness, it was awkwardness. However, Hua Yuan was a thick-skinned person who was not ashamed but proud of it. He turned a deaf ear to Jiang Pingji's overt and covert sarcasm. The Duke of Lanting is as straightforward as people say, Hua Yuan said. Hua Yuan said, "My master and the Duke of Lanting are old friends. My master has returned to his homeland many years ago. Even now, he does not forget the Duke of Lanting's help and life-saving grace. How can the matter in Chenzhou be enough to make up for this favor?" Jiang Pingji listened quietly. When these literati talked, they were like pigs wearing bras. People who didn't know better would think that An Shui was on good terms with her. An Shui would always remember her life-saving grace? Nonsense. She would rather believe that Zi Xiao would offer himself to sleep with her tonight than believe that. Hua Yuan was good at making friends, but Jiang Pingji did not fall for it. She laughed. "So you helped me for nothing? You really don't want anything in return?" Hua Yuan said to himself. The Duke of Lanting was indeed not an ordinary person. He was straightforward and harder to deal with than others. "It's my duty to help my allies. Moreover, you saved my master's life." Jiang Pingji could roughly guess Hua Yuan's intentions. If she was not mistaken, it should be to make friends and form an alliance. If he really did not want anything in return, why would Hua Yuan come all the way here? Did he really think that An Shui's territory was close to hers? Only a fool would do this business if he could not even earn back the travel expenses after spending so much effort to come here. An Shui was obviously not a fool, and neither was Hua Yuan. Jiang Pingji gave him a way out, so Hua Yuan took the opportunity to reveal his true intentions. Just as she thought, the two families formed an alliance to help each other. Jiang Pingji teased. "An Shui is really not afraid." Hua Yuan did not understand. "What do you mean, Duke of Lanting?" Jiang Pingji said, "I once formed an alliance with Xian Zhao, Bogeo, and Zhengze. Does Duo Shi also want to form an alliance with me?" Hua Yuan's smile stiffened. Xian Zhao was Su Bei, Jiang Pingji's former ally. In the end, she attacked Shanwu City, and Su Bei burned himself to death. Bogeo was Huang Song, Jiang Pingji's former ally. They were currently at loggerheads, and it was estimated that he would not survive the winter. Zhengze was Yang Tao, Jiang Pingji's current ally. They were not at loggerheads yet, but when Huang Song knelt down, she would definitely snatch Zhangzhou from Yang Tao's hands. The countdown to the loggerheads was not far. Now that An Shui had come to form an alliance with her, was this a ticket to the next loggerheads? As a maniac with multiple split personalities, for the first time, Hua Yuan felt that he was a normal person, and Jiang Pingji was more like a maniac. Hua Yuan pretended not to understand Jiang Pingji's hint. He smiled and said, "Those who form an alliance with the Duke of Lanting are all heroes of the age. If my lord has this honor, I would naturally be more than happy to do so. If the two families form an alliance and help each other, when the day comes for my lord to expel the southern barbarians, the Duke of Lanting will reside in Dongqing, and my lord will reside in Nansheng. The two countries will forever form an alliance and advance and retreat together. It will be a beautiful story that will be passed down for generations to come." TSK, that was a good plan. An Shui was also very confident in himself. He wanted to set up Nansheng? Sorry, this farm was hers, including Nansheng. Jiang Pingji changed her mind. On the surface, she dealt with Hua Yuan, letting him see the hope of forming an alliance, but she did not give him a specific answer. After all, this matter still needed to be discussed with the group of princesses. An Shui suddenly proposed to form an alliance with her. She had a feeling that there was going to be a huge change in the power of Nansheng. If there was a huge change in Nansheng, it would be a good opportunity for her to take advantage of it. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She would be the last person to use a slingshot to catch the oriole. However, before coveting Nansheng's land, she had to first defeat Huang Song and become the only feudal lord in Dongqing. At the same time, Huang Song sneezed out of the blue. Cheng Jing said with concern, "The weather has changed a lot recently. My lord, you must pay more attention." Chapter 13:12. Hua Yuan's sudden visit made everyone wary. Han Yu, Yang Si, and the rest had similar thoughts as Jiang Pingji. And Cui suggested an alliance at this time, most likely because there was a major change in Nansheng. They could form an alliance, but they had to figure out the whole story. They didn't want to be betrayed by their ally without knowing it. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but turn their attention to Wei Ci. Wei Ci was nicknamed Know-It-All, and was well informed. They didn't know that the Nansheng that Wei Ci was familiar with was the Nansheng of his previous life. He had only been to Nansheng once in this life, and that was when he had the mission of forming an alliance with Yang Tao. How could he have had the time to understand anything else? To Wei Ci, the current Nansheng was an unfamiliar existence. However, a big shot was a big shot. Even without the advantage of being a prophet, Wei Ci could still analyze from other aspects without affecting his pretentiousness. With the experience from his previous life and the information from this life, his understanding of Nansheng was incomparable to that of others. Wei Ci said, "I heard that the forces in Nansheng met and prepared to form an alliance to attack Nanman." Han Yu nodded. "I've heard of it." Everyone had heard of the news, but they didn't pay much attention to it. Nansheng was another country. They had to take care of their own territory first. Therefore, no one knew the outcome of the Nansheng meeting. Although the four factions of Nanman are cruel, they have a fatal weakness. They don't have many people. Their people live in barren and dangerous lands full of miasma. It's difficult for them to produce crops, Wei Ci said with certainty. In the early years they conquered Nansheng and reaped great wealth, but they lost too many people. According to what I know, the four factions of Nanman had at most 1.7 million people before they attacked Nansheng, including those who died in the war, I'm afraid. Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Pingji asked a question she was curious about. The population of the four factions of Nanman is only 1.7 million? Jiang Pingji's expression was a little stiff. How weak was Nansheng? It was actually defeated by the four factions of Nanman, which had such a small population. Deducting the children under the age of 10 who can't participate in the war, the elderly, women and children, it would be difficult for the four factions of Nanman to gather 300,000 strong young men. Why was Nansheng destroyed? Although the total population of the 5 countries was only 60 million, it was not difficult for Nansheng to gather a population of 10 million. A country of 10 million people was destroyed by a small tribe of 1.7 million people. Nansheng was really a noob. Wei Ci shook his head. My lord doesn't know about this. The situation of the four factions of Nanman is unique and cannot be measured and calculated with common sense. Jiang Pingji was surprised and asked, "What's so special about it?" Han Yu was well-read and knew a lot of information. He immediately understood what Wei Ci meant. "I heard that the four factions of Nanman have some strange customs." Under Wei Ci's gaze, he opened his mouth to explain. One of the customs is to abandon the old customs. The land of the southern barbarians is not easy to cultivate, and there is a shortage of food, regardless of men or women. As long as they are over 45 years old and are unable to carry a load of 2 stone, they will move to the mountains and wait for death in a cave of death, just to save food for the young and strong. Another custom was that everyone was a soldier, regardless of gender. The people of the southern barbarian tribe could go to the battlefield at the age of 10. Their bravery and ferocity were not inferior to ordinary adults. The destruction of Nansheng is expected. Therefore, don't be fooled by the fact that the southern barbarians only had 1.7 million soldiers. The number of soldiers that could actually go to the battlefield was definitely more than 1 million. The destruction of Nansheng was not only due to the lack of combat power, but also the internal aristocratic forces that were holding each other back. Naturally, the four factions of Nanman became more and more courageous as they fought. They also knew that they were weak, so the tribal chief never restricted the warriors in the tribe from sowing seeds outside. Instead, he encouraged this behavior. Every time they conquered a city, they would gather the captured women together and hold a celebration party, so that the warriors could thoroughly enjoy their spoils of war. For the southern barbarians, the captured women were their livestock. They provided the palace with a moving machine to give birth to their people. However, how could their sowing catch up with the speed of population depletion during the war? It would take at least 11 years for a woman to give birth to a baby that could grow to the extent of being able to go to the battlefield. The feudal vassal forces within the territory of Nanxing kept contending with the four factions of Nanman. Over the past few years, the war had been incessant. The population continued to plummet and fell below the 1 million mark. The current population of 1 million, including the newborns that had been born during the years of sowing seeds, their real combat power was less than half of their peak. As the saying goes, strike while they are weak. If they did not counterattack now, would the new generation of children of the four factions of Nanman grow up? The four factions of Nanman could not withstand such losses, and the power of Nanxing gradually turned the tables. Wuxia continued, in order to not give the southern barbarians a chance to rise from the ashes, they gathered all the feudal vassal forces to work together and destroy the southern barbarians in one fell swoop. This was expected. In his previous life, Nanxing was even worse. Nanxing was ravaged by the four factions of Nanman in various ways. There were almost no decent feudal vassal forces. It was different in this life. First, Chui joined the war earlier. He had Lu Zheng and Hua Yuan by his side to assist him. Yang Tao, who should have been operating in Dongqing, went to Nanxing. This caused the battle line of Nanxing against the southern barbarians to be more stable. The situation of the war was naturally more optimistic than in his previous life. Wuxia collected these thoughts and continued. Previously, Hua Yuan proposed an alliance. He said, if the two families form an alliance and help each other, when Chui drives out the southern barbarians, the Lord will live in Dongqing, and Chui will live in Nanxing. This shows that the situation of the alliance is very clear. Hua Yuan also helped Chui obtain 1 million don of rations. Compared to the other feudal vassals, Chui naturally has a greater advantage. Even if the forces of the alliance were very united, there was a prerequisite for unity. The four factions of Nanman were their common enemy. Once the four factions of Nanman were destroyed, the external reason for the various forces to unite would be gone. The alliance would only exist in name, and it would be the turn of internal strife. If Chui could obtain the support of Dongqing's winner, Jiangpingji, during the internal strife, the chances of sweeping away the other feudal vassal forces would be higher. Wuxia said, Hua Yuan's alliance is real, but it's hard to say if he will turn against us after the alliance benefits. Jiangpingji sneered. What's the point of turning against us after the alliance? Wuxia was speechless. That's true. My lord loves to turn against us during the alliance period. She's very good at killing people she's familiar with. The salted fish in the live stream became more and more confused as he listened. Luoyu treading on flowers. Streamer, have you decided to form an alliance with Chui? What about the little cutie Yang Tao? Wasn't Yang Tao Jiangpingji's previous ally? In any case, he brought troops from Nanxing all the way to Dongqing to help her restrain Huang Song and Su Bei. Even though Yang Tao's motive for doing this was to avenge his father, even if there was no hard work, there was still hard work. She also benefited from it. Tudufeiqiu. Don't you know that Yang Tao is still occupying Zhangzhou and Dongqing? Making friends from afar and attacking from close quarters. Serves Yang Tao right for being closer to the streamer than Chui. Free Lemon. You only know now that she's a heartless woman. Chapter 13:13. Jiangpingji ignored Salted Fish's attack on her. She said, Chui is quite confident. The combat power of the four factions of Nanman has been greatly reduced, but he is still a ruthless character. Can a few forces win by forming an alliance? Wuxia knew why she said that. The alliance meeting at Huangshui was an example. A group of people who participated in the alliance never put in the effort. He said the possibility of winning is far greater than the possibility of losing. The alliance meeting at Nanshui was different from the alliance meeting at Huangshui in Dongqing. The alliance meeting at Huangshui was to protect the emperor. The enemy was the fake emperor, Prince Changshu, who was trying to become emperor. To put it bluntly, it was an internal battle within the royal family. The feudal lords at the alliance meeting were idle fish watching the fun. For these feudal lords who had grown up, it was the same no matter who became the emperor of Dongqing. Therefore, most of them were just bystanders. The ones who rushed to the front were the spendthrift. They would definitely suffer the greatest losses. The feudal lords each had their own ideas. Everyone wanted to preserve their strength so that their wings would grow stronger, and they would not listen to the imperial edict. Nanqing was different. The enemies of their alliance meeting were not their own people, but the four factions of Nanman. They were the barbarians of Nanman who were not of the same race and had different intentions. The barbarians of Nanman were a threat to the feudal lords of Nanqing. If the feudal lords did not join forces to suppress the four factions of Nanman, they might be killed by the four factions of Nanman when they were alone. For this reason, they put in the effort. Their chances of winning were greatly increased. They were not fighting for righteousness. They were fighting for their own lives. Jiang Pingji rested her chin on her hand and said, "In that case, it would be better if I agreed to the alliance." Everyone's opinion was to agree to the alliance. They might as well form an alliance. Regardless of whether they were allies or enemies, they would be crushed by her in the end. And Cui knew that she was familiar with them, but he still came forward. He could not blame her. How could Hua Yuan not know what Jiang Pingji was thinking? Just from the words she said in front of him. "I once formed an alliance with Xian Zhao, Bogeo, Zheng Zhe, and Duo. She also wants to form an alliance with me." Hua Yuan knew that this woman was extremely aggressive, and the danger she gave him was no less than that of the southern man. Hua Yuan did not stay for long. When he received Jiang Pingji's reply, he left with the diplomatic group. Before he left, Hua Yuan's second personality maintained a stiff smile and said to her, "It's a pity that Nanqing has many things to attend to. It's a pity that I can't see the Duke of Lanting unify Dongqing with my own eyes. Here, on behalf of my master, I wish you good luck in martial arts." Jiang Pingji said, "Thank you for your auspicious words." Hua Yuan boarded the carriage and left under the escort of his guards. Other than him, and Chui's heir, the current young master of the Yin family, was also in the carriage. This 11 or 12-year-old boy was still wearing ordinary clothes, and he even smeared some dirt on his face to hide his natural good looks. His status in the diplomatic mission wasn't that of a young master, but rather that of an inconspicuous errand boy. After the wheels of the cart rolled forward for a quarter of an hour, they were already very far away from Jiang Pingji's campsite. Only then did the youth open his mouth to ask the question. "Sir, why are you and Mr. Lu so sure that Lu Shi will win? The situation changes rapidly. Huang Song might be able to make a comeback." Far away from the campsite, Hua Yuan's second persona's brows slowly relaxed. Staying in Jiang Pingji's camp, he was constantly on edge and couldn't sleep the whole night. He kept feeling that he was in a dangerous situation and could lose his life at any time. Now that he had escaped with his life, he relaxed. "What did you see at Lu Shi's campsite in the past 2 days?" Hua Yuan treated the youth as a student and a son, and he was very attentive in giving him pointers. The youth told him the truth. He was an errand boy, and he could occasionally interact with the military camp's logistics department. Their high quality and discipline left a deep impression on him. Hua Yuan listened carefully and said, "What you saw was the key to Lu Shi's victory." The youth was stunned. Hua Yuan said, "Since ancient times, history books only record the wise men and brave generals who have the ability to determine victory from 1,000 miles away. When have they ever recorded the ordinary soldiers? No matter how smart a wise man is, his plans are still empty words if they don't come to fruition. If a general doesn't have soldiers to fight for him, he's just a boorish man. What decides the outcome of a war is often not the most intelligent people or the most valiant generals, but rather the soldiers. People exaggerate the role of strategists and generals in a war, but they ignore the soldiers. They are the key to victory. Whether it's the strategist's strategies or the general's commands and dispatches, they are essentially auxiliary. It's laughable that people are so ignorant that they often put the cart before the horse." The youth carefully pondered Hua Yuan's words, and the confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Hua Yuan smiled lightly with relief. Before he could speak, he felt a sudden pain in his head. He couldn't help but raise his hand to press on his throbbing head. The youth looked at him and knew that his teacher had lost his mind again. He didn't dare to move and looked nervously at Hua Yuan. Hua Yuan rubbed his forehead with one hand and grabbed the clothes on his knees with the other. It took him a long time to recover. The youth carefully called out, "Teacher?" When his teacher lost his mind, he often didn't recognize him. He had to confirm if the Hua Yuan in front of him was his teacher. Hua Yuan looked at the youth with a strange expression. What's wrong? Where is this place?" The youth said awkwardly, "We're on our way back. Teacher, do you still remember me?" Hua Yuan frowned. He changed his upright sitting posture to a very casual one, and a terrifying look appeared in his eyes. "What teacher?" Hua Yuan looked around and confirmed that he was in the carriage. His expression changed instantly. "You kidnapped me?" The youth was startled by the look in his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" And Duoshi has grown bolder, hasn't he? Hua Yuan said, "I'm Lushi. Stop the carriage and send me back immediately." The youth was speechless. Oh my. No one expected Hua Yuan to split into another personality that called itself Lushi, the Duke of Lanting. Wuxia didn't even dare to think about such a terrifying plot. Even though Hua Yuan's personality called itself Lushi, the Duke of Lanting, and was stronger than an ordinary person, Hua Yuan's body was too weak. The newly born personality was still suppressed by everyone and tied up firmly. Hua Yuan messed around for the entire afternoon. The new personality finally fell into a deep sleep out of exhaustion, and the original Hua Yuan climbed back online with difficulty. The youth's eyes were filled with tears. The teacher called himself Lushi, the Duke of Lanting. It was too terrifying. Jiang Pingji didn't know about Hua Yuan's magical operation. She was busy training her troops and preparing to kill Huang Song. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the wheat fields were no longer green, and the heavy ears of wheat were dyed gold. Usually, at this time, the fields were full of people who were busy harvesting grain. The air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. But this year was different. There were no songs and laughter in the air. There was only a somber atmosphere. Huang Song sent his troops to harvest the autumn grain. He worked overtime day and night, and at the same time, he tensed up and guarded against the enemy's sneak attack. Jiang Pingji cracked her fingers, which made a crisp cracking sound. Chapter 13-14. The harvest in Jianghe County alone is enough to feed a prefecture. I've only heard of the good harvest in Hu County, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I know that the rumors are true. Huang Song was busy harvesting the autumn grain. Jiang Pingji was full of malice toward him. Anyone who was not blind could see that he was well aware of it. It had been 2 days since the autumn grain was harvested. The amount of grain harvested surprised him. Hu County used to be a place that made people pale at the mere mention of it. Who knew that after Lushi's reorganization, it would immediately turn waste into treasure? Whether it was peace or war, grain was a currency that was harder than gold. With grain in hand, one would not panic. However, what Huang Song lacked the most was grain. Fortunately, by the time the autumn harvest arrived, Jianghe County would be able to harvest 2 to 3 million don of new rice. Because the war had started early, the people nearby had been evacuated. No one had taken care of the fields for a few months. Fortunately, Jianghe County had a good geographical location. This year, the heavens had given them face. The harvest could barely reach the average of previous years. On the first day, they had harvested 250,000 don of autumn grain. When Huang Song heard the number, he felt the beginning of the exclamation. To prevent any undue delay, Cheng Jing divided his men into 4 groups and implemented a 4-round handover method. They harvested the autumn grain day and night. They had to be anxious. According to the scouts, Jiang Pingji had frequently mobilized her troops in the past 2 days. It was as if she was sharpening her knives to kill livestock. If they did not hurry to harvest the grain now, how could they resist Jiang Pingji's crazy attacks while harvesting the grain after the war started? Cheng Jing and the others in Huang Song's tent were so busy that their feet did not stop moving. The candles in the tent were not extinguished all night. They continued to be busy when the sky brightened. Cheng Jing did not have time to fix his appearance due to his busy schedule. The green in his eyes became darker, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was working hard, but so were the others. For example, Yuan Chong, who was on guard and patrolling, was so tired that he fell asleep every day. His strong body had also become thinner. Huang Song's forces were like a huge machine that ran at high speed. Every part of it was overloaded for a long time. In the words of the audience in the streaming room, Jiang Pengji was like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. They had to squeeze out their potential. Cheng Jing had never felt that time passed so slowly. According to his calculations and plans, the autumn harvest would end in half a month. But today was only the second day. They still had to be on tenterhooks and be on edge for 13 days. He finally knew what it meant to live like a year. Just as he finished counting the next day's harvest, he heard the sound of galloping horses in the distance. The sound of the horses' hooves was hurried and nervous. Cheng Jing immediately walked out of the tent and saw the scout heading straight for the main tent, so he hurried over. The scout, who was investigating the enemy's military situation, suddenly pulled on the reins and fell off the horse before he could even catch his breath. His helmet was already drenched in sweat. "There's an urgent report from the front line, my lord." The soldiers guarding the main tent did not dare to be negligent, and immediately reported this to Huang Song. When Cheng Jing arrived, Huang Song was angrily throwing the bamboo slips on the ground. His eyes were wide open and his chest was heaving violently. His footsteps paused, and he bent down to pick up the palm-sized bamboo slip. He read it at a glance. The bamboo slip was not big, but it contained a lot of information. After reading it, Cheng Jing understood why Huang Song was so angry. There were 3 pieces of news written on the bamboo slip. Each one was terrible and extremely unfavorable to Huang Song. First, there was a change in the battle line in Wanzhou, which had been in a stalemate for several months. Qiguanrang switched from defense to offense. He pretended to fall for Feng Ju's trap. He pretended to build a plank road on the surface but secretly attacked Chen Song, turning Feng Ju's army around. The army under Feng Ju's command was defeated. They had no choice but to retreat 20 miles. Their morale was low. Second, Feng Jin was firmly guarding Song and Chen prefectures. He had gathered 100,000 troops and pointed their swords at Haozhou. The general guarding Haozhou had suffered many losses and was in a state of emergency. Third, Jiang Pingji had trained her troops and deployed them several times. She had consolidated 120,000 troops to guard Hu County. They could attack Zhanghe County at any time. When Cheng Jing read this, he secretly added another piece of bad news to his mind. Fourth, Meng Heng and the others had been stationed at the Sanshan Valley and had not retreated. Once Jiang Pingji attacked, they would take advantage of the situation and attack from both sides. Each piece of news could bring great psychological pressure to a person. Not to mention that they were all handed to Huang Song at the same time. Huang Song only angrily threw the bamboo slips on the ground. This was already considered self-restraint. Cheng Jing took a few careful glances and keenly noticed that something was not quite right. For example, the second piece of news. Feng Jin only had 30,000 to 40,000 troops. How could there be 100,000? In reality, Feng Jin did not have many troops, but he included the remnants of Huang Song's troops that he had captured. Feng Jin used 1 or 2 months to properly train these captured and deserted troops. When they attacked Haozhou, they would be pushed to the front line as cannon fodder. In troubled times, human life was the most valuable. Using cannon fodder to grind the enemy's head and fight for space for the elites was a very normal operation. 70 to 80% of Feng Jin's 100,000 troops were fake, but the 120,000 elites that Jiang Pingji had brought over were different. They were real elites. A total of 120,000 elites stared at Huang Song. Huang Song suddenly had the illusion that the outcome was already decided. Perhaps it was not an illusion. Huang Song fiercely suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Before the outcome was truly known, he could not admit defeat. Moreover, he could not show weakness in front of his own people. "My lord." Cheng Jing's voice interrupted Huang Song's wild thoughts. Huang Song looked up at Cheng Jing and said, "Yumo, Do you have any countermeasures for the current situation? Cheng Jing said. Wanzhou has been under attack for a long time. There's no point in continuing the stalemate. It's better to let Huaijie withdraw his troops and return to defend Haozhou. He had some understanding of Qiguanrang. The latter had always been a patient person. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he did, it was bound to be a fatal blow. Qiguanrang had endured for several months. He had stubbornly defended Wanzhou and refused to go to war. One could imagine how much anger he had suppressed in his heart. Fengju was the best target for him to vent his anger. Qiguanrang had changed his strategy at this time and switched from defense to offense. It was obvious that he had grasped Huangsong's weakness, so he took the opportunity to attack. It was impossible for Fengju to break through Wanzhou's defense line in a short time, but Jiangpingji could break through Jianghe County in a short time. Qiguanrang no longer had any worries. Naturally, he would not continue to endure and defend. He took the initiative to attack Fengju. Compared to Qiguanrang, Cheng Jing knew Fengju better. Unlike Fengjin, who was calm and thorough, Fengju was still very young. It was not that he was young, but that he had a young heart. Because of his outstanding talent, Fengju learned everything quickly. He did not need to study hard to surpass countless peers of his age. Others could only look up to him. Excessive smoothness would foster an excessive temper. Therefore, Fengju could not tolerate his failure. It was even more difficult for him to accept that he would fail. Fengju and Qiguanrang were in a stalemate at the front line of Wanzhou. It might be because Fengju's stubborn temper had flared up. If he were to give up at this time, and choose to return to Hejian County dejectedly to defend Haozhou, Fengju would explode in anger. Thinking of this, Cheng Jing felt a headache coming on. Chapter 13-15. Huangsong's expression flickered incessantly. He seemed to be struggling violently. Sending Fengju back to guard Haozhou could stabilize the situation there, but this was not what Huangsong wanted. Yumo, I know your suggestion is for stability, but this is not what I want. He rejected it in a low voice. Without waiting for Cheng Jing to speak, he continued, Lanting has many troops. I'm afraid it will be difficult to defend Jianghe District. Once we fail, we can only retreat to Hejian County or even Haozhou. In this way, Haozhou will become an isolated island in the sea, facing a situation where we are besieged on all sides. I don't want to be a trapped beast, struggling to survive. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Huangsong. He was not confident that he could defeat Jiangpingji, even though he was outnumbered. Although there were many examples in the history books of people outnumbered, the conditions for it to happen were extremely harsh. Under normal circumstances, most people would still be crushed by their opponents using numbers and strength. If Jianghe District failed, Huangsong would face the situation of defending Haozhou alone. It would truly be a battle of a trapped beast. He was not as arrogant as the sons of aristocratic families, but he had his own temper and dignity. He definitely did not want to fall into such a situation. Cheng Jing understood and asked Huangsong, My lord, you mean? Huangsong muttered to himself for a while and said solemnly, Order Huaijie to bring troops here to rendezvous. If there's enough time, Jiangpingji would make her move within these 2 days. Huangsong's news would reach Fengju. It would take at least 7 or 8 days for Fengju to bring troops over. Cheng Jing heard the dejection and despair in his words. At the same time, he was shocked by Huangsong's determination. Huangsong ordered Fengju to bring troops over to rendezvous. He was mentally prepared to determine the outcome in one battle. The two sides faced each other, blocking all paths of retreat. Either Jiangpingji or Huangsong would die. No matter who lived or died, the end of this battle would be the end of one of them and a new beginning for the other. Cheng Jing could not say anything against it. After thinking for a long time, he could only sigh and agree. I'll draft up the transfer order now. Huangsong said, Okay. Huangsong's wife, Qi Chaolan, was a strong-minded woman. When her husband went to the front line to fight, she had to follow him from afar with hundreds of guards. She lived nearby to help him do what she could and share his worries. The relationship between the husband and wife improved over time. Thinking of this, Huangsong could not help but smile bitterly. In the past, she had always been worried that Madame Qi would run into danger when she came to the front line. Every time she went out to fight, she would tell her not to follow. But now she felt that it was also good for her to follow. At least she could see her once, and she wouldn't have to die with regrets. Qi Chaolon looked at him with concern and asked, "Why do you look so worried?" Huang Song said, "Talking about what happened outside will only make Madame worry for nothing." The two of them were not far from each other, but Huang Song had not seen her for almost half a year. He had a lot to say to her. When he wanted to open his mouth, he found it hard to say anything and didn't know what to say. Madame Qi said, "Even if you don't tell me, I can guess most of it." In her eyes, Huang Song was an optimistic person. Even if he suffered a setback, he would quickly recover. He didn't like to bring his work home. Even if he had a lot of troubles outside, he would put on a nonchalant attitude in front of his wife and children when he returned home, so that his family wouldn't worry. Madame Qi knew him so well, but Huang Song looked so worried this time. It was obviously not a small matter. It was very likely related to his family's life. Huang Song thought about it, then lowered his head and whispered, "If I can't give you the highest glory, will you be sad?" When he was young, he had suffered enough because of his birth. He had been despised and unfairly because of his birth. He knew what it was like, so he naturally didn't want his children to repeat his life. After getting married and starting a career, Huang Song paid more attention to this point. He didn't want his children to suffer. If it weren't for his good luck and his father-in-law's favor, Huang Song wouldn't have been able to marry Qi Chaolon. She had been wrong to marry him. How could Huang Song bear to let her suffer with him? In the chaos of Dongqing, his ambition grew day by day. When he dreamed at night, he also thought about that supreme position. He wanted Qi Chaolon to share it with him. Madame Qi said with a smile, "As long as Lang Jun is still here, even simple tea and simple food can be delicacies. Why should I be sad?" She said it so calmly that Huang Song didn't know how to react. Madame Qi said, "No matter who wins or loses, you have to be alive. This is the most precious thing to me. No glory or status can be exchanged for it." Huang Song choked and didn't speak for a long time. Madame Qi looked at him, and her heart couldn't help but feel sour. She had accompanied Huang Song from a teenager to a young man, and he was about to enter his 40s. How she wanted to continue to walk with him and meet him until they were old. "How can I bear to see you in a difficult situation?" Madame Qi sighed. "Do whatever you want." She and Huang Song weren't a husband and wife who respected each other, so she didn't want to use herself and their children to restrict Huang Song's choices. Huang Song's throat choked, and he didn't know what to do. His outstretched hands stopped in midair, and after a long while, he wiped away the eyesore tears with his fingertips. He said in a low voice, "Don't cry. These tears aren't hanging on your face. They're clearly dripping into your husband's heart." Huang Song and his wife had been married for many years, but he had only seen her eyes turn red once. That was when Meng Zhan proposed to promise a woman from the clan to him as a concubine to win him over. But now he had made her cry. Huang Song's heart ached so much that he couldn't help but blurt out all kinds of sweet nothings. Not only did Madame Qi not stop, but she cried even harder. She rarely cried, but once she did, her tears would burst like a dam that couldn't be stopped no matter what. Huang Song was quite frightened. Huang Song could only pick her up and coax her as if she were a child, saying a lot of nice things. "Your husband isn't a stubborn man. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. I will never commit suicide just because I am defeated. You are still so young, and the child is still so young. Without your husband's protection, I will crawl back even if I go to hell." Of course, Huang Song knew that if he was defeated, committing suicide with his sword was the best way to protect his family. But when Qi Chaolon cried so sadly, his rationality collapsed. "Besides, your husband may not lose. What if I win? Wouldn't that be a happy ending?" Even salted fish had dreams, let alone people. Qi Chaolon's tears had washed away all his despair and decadence, and Huang Song's fighting spirit was high again. He had to pull himself together. The situation wasn't irreparably bad. Huang Song tried his best to coax her for a long time before she stopped crying. That day, the husband and wife spent a long time together. Huang Song woke up before dawn the next day. He thought that he had gotten up very early, but he didn't expect Madame Qi to get up even earlier. Or rather, she hadn't slept at all that night. "Madam, take them back to Haozhou and wait for me to go back." She got up and helped Huang Song get dressed. She lowered her head and said, Okay." Watching Huang Song leave with his people, his figure gradually becoming a small black, her shaky emotions collapsed again. Chapter 13:16. Reporting. The sound of hurried footsteps and a loud report came from outside the tent. Qiguan Rang reacted a beat slower and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Taking advantage of the fact that he had planned this for a long time, Qiguan Rang suddenly suppressed Feng Ju and caught him off guard. Then he played along and deceived a wave of enemy troops, forcing Feng Ju to retreat 20 miles. It seemed like a simple and easy victory, but in fact, he had taken a great risk. Qiguan Rang had been thinking about how to maximize the results of the battle for the past 2 days. So much so that he was overworked. His voice was much hoarser than usual. The messenger rushed all the way. His bronze cheeks were dyed red, and there were large beads of sweat on his forehead. He calmed himself down and couldn't help but say happily, "Military counselor, rejoice. The enemy has pulled out their camp and retreated." Pulled out their camp and retreated? Qiguan Rang was stunned for a moment. He suddenly stood up from his seat, and the cloak that was draped over his shoulders slipped off his shoulders and piled up at his feet. He wasn't as happy as the messenger. Instead, his expression was solemn, and his eyes were frighteningly gloomy. The enemy has retreated? When did this happen? Could it be another crafty plot, a trick to deceive the soldiers? Qiguan Rang felt that the few months of fighting with Feng Ju had exhausted a few years of his lifespan. All kinds of schemes had been continuously planned. If it wasn't him, but someone with a more impetuous temperament, they would have been cheated by Feng Ju and still counted the money for him. At this moment, Qiguan Rang was most afraid of hearing that Feng Ju had come to stir up trouble again. It was simply too annoying and impossible to guard against. The messenger said, "Last night at the 4th hour, the lights in the enemy's tent were still burning. This morning, there was no sign of smoke or fire. We were suspicious and sent people to investigate, only to find that the enemy's tent was completely empty. Looking at the time, they should have retreated last night." Qiguan Rang couldn't react for a moment. He wasn't sure if Feng Ju was really retreating or pretending to retreat to deceive him into sending troops. He couldn't be blamed for overthinking. It was because Feng Ju had too many past records. Qiguan Rang had no choice but to be cautious. He said, "Send someone to investigate again." Not long after the messenger left, Fu Wang walked in with a displeased expression. He was still wearing the heavy and mighty armor, which made his already tall and burly body look even more sturdy. Coupled with his own imposing manner, he gave off the illusion of being cramped and oppressive just by standing there. "Military advisor, I heard that the enemy has retreated." Fu Wang was a cub raised by a wolf. He had a strong sense of aggression in his bones. Jiang Pingji had made him the commander-in-chief and asked Qiguan Rang to help him defend Wanzhou. He had thought that he would be able to fight a battle to his heart's content. Who would have thought that the military counselor would only defend and not attack? After a few months, he was almost suffocated. It wasn't easy for him to change his strategy and switch from defense to offense, but before he could enjoy it to his heart's content, the enemy had taken the initiative to withdraw their troops. This made him want to spit out a mouthful of blood. What does this feel like? It wasn't easy for him to feel good, but he still had to time it. It was simply inhumane. Qiguan Rang furrowed his brows and said, "That's what it looks like on the surface, but it's hard to tell if it's real or not. If Feng Jue turns around and attacks us again, it'll be impossible to guard against it." When Fu Wang heard this, his dim eyes lit up again. He flipped over like a salted fish. Unexpectedly, Feng Jue had really retreated and left without any reluctance. It was impossible for him to turn around and attack them again. Fu Wang anxiously urged the army to stay alert and wait for the enemy's return, but he was disappointed in the end. Is he really retreating? Fu Wang felt even more pained. He had been guarding Wanzhou for so long that mushrooms were about to grow. Yet Fengjue just ran away after provoking him. Was he still a man? He was definitely not a man. Qiguan Reng was also surprised. Fu Wang suggested excitedly, "Military advisor, should we send troops to chase after him? It's only been a day since they retreated. If they travel day and night, they'll definitely be able to catch up." Qiguan Reng was frowning as he looked at the sand table. The general direction in which the enemy had retreated was marked on it. "General, what do you think is the reason for Fengjue's withdrawal?" Fu Wang was warlike, but he wasn't brainless. He carefully looked at the sand table and pondered the direction in which the enemy had retreated. He could more or less guess the reason. It's time for the autumn harvest. Our Lord has been patient for a long time. It's like an arrow knocked on the bowstring against Huang Song. Fu Wang deliberated and said, "If Fengjue's withdrawal isn't fake, he's most likely leading his troops to support Huang Song." "That's not right. What is Huang Song trying to do?" Fengjue supporting Huang Song was equivalent to gathering about 80% of his troops in one place. Was he planning to confront the two armies and have a decisive battle? Qiguan Reng pinched his brows and said in a low voice, "If Fengjue's withdrawal is true, it should be for this." Fu Wang said worriedly, "Huang Song has a lot of troops. I'm afraid there's going to be a tough battle on our Lord's side. Military advisor, are we really not going to lead troops to chase and intercept them? If Fengjue was intercepted, Huang Song would have one less helper. The pressure on Jiang Pingji's side would also be reduced." Qiguan Reng said, "If we lead troops to intercept them, what will happen to Wanzhou? Our duty is to ensure that Wanzhou is safe. We can't take any risks." Fu Wang said again, "But our Lord." Qiguan Reng looked as if he could see through Fu Wang's expression. He carefully analyzed the situation for him. If Huang Song's two armies successfully join forces, they will have a total of 160,000 to 180,000 troops. This is an exaggerated figure. Our Lord has about 120,000 troops under her command. If we include General Luoyue's troops, their military strength will be equal to Huang Song's. Our Lord has spent a lot of effort and a lot of money to build these troops. Huang Song's chances of winning are only 30% at most." The more Fu Wang listened, the darker his eyes became. He was like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, a small fish stranded on the beach. Qiguan Reng continued, "In terms of momentum, Huang Song has suffered repeated blows and is in low spirits. He is far inferior to our Lord. His chances of winning are even lower. As long as our Lord doesn't make any mistakes and doesn't make any irreparable mistakes, victory is in our hands." He was very reassured about his Lord's situation. So Fu Wang should give up on the idea of leading troops to pursue and attack. Fu Wang was speechless. Jiang Pingji did have an advantage over Huang Song, but this advantage could not guarantee victory. Out of respect for Huang Song, she did not do it half-heartedly. As early as when Fengjue received the secret letter and led his troops to evacuate Wanzhou, Jiang Pingji had already begun to attack Huang Song. Huang Song could only hastily fight while harvesting the autumn rations. Luoyue was unwilling to be left alone in the Sanshan Valley. He responded to his lord's orders and cooperated with her to attack Huang Song. Huang Song could only divide his troops into several waves. Fortunately, the Sanshan Valley was easy to attack and difficult to defend. There was still a natural terrain at the border of Hu County that they could rely on. Although they were somewhat distressed, the situation was still stable, and they did not collapse. This was not good news, but it was not bad news either. Huang Song abandoned all distracting thoughts and focused on the war. "Yumo, how is the autumn rations harvest going?" Cheng Jing said, "We've collected 50%. According to the original progress, it was at most 30%, but Cheng Jing had arranged for the soldiers to rush day and night and repeatedly compress time to barely achieve this efficiency." Huang Song silently calculated in his heart. 50% of the autumn rations would be more than 1.2 million dong, enough for the army to eat. Huang Song said, "Zhanghe County is not a long-term place. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us." Zhanghe County itself was not an easy place to defend, not to mention that the enemy was attacking from two sides at the same time. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.